Welcome to 3 a.m. Static. In the dead of night, the static whispers. Turn off the lights, close your eyes, and let the darkness guide you. Tell us where and when you're listening, because at 3 a.m., you're never truly alone.
Story 1. The Silent Scream. The silence of the cavern pressed in on me, a suffocating blanket woven from the threads of ancient secrets and unanswered questions. The rhythmic thump of my heart, once a frantic drumbeat of fear, now settled into a steady, measured pulse, a counterpoint to the unnerving quiet. I should have felt relief, a sense of accomplishment after vanquishing the Shadow Man, but the victory felt hollow, the taste of triumph ashen on my tongue. The darkness, I realized, was not solely external, it had burrowed its way into my very being. As I began my ascent, the echoes of my footsteps trailed behind me, each reverberation a reminder of my descent into the abyss. The tunnels, once claustrophobic, now felt strangely empty, as if the very essence of the cavern had been drained away, leaving behind only the stark, cold reality of the earth. The air grew lighter, the scent of decay fading, replaced by the musty smell of damp stone and the faint, earthy aroma of the outside world. Emerging from the earth, I was greeted by the pale light of dawn, a stark contrast to the suffocating darkness I had left behind. The temple stood silhouetted against the brightening sky, its grotesque carvings now seeming less menacing, less malevolent, in the diffused light. The sense of relief I had anticipated did not materialize. Instead, a new fear, a far more insidious dread, began to creep into my mind. It started subtly, a faint whisper at the edge of my consciousness, a sensation more than a sound. It was a scream, a silent scream that reverberated not in my ears, but within the very core of my being. It wasn't the scream of pain, nor terror, but of something far more profound, a silent agony that resonated with the ancient, primordial darkness I had encountered in the cavern. The scream was not localized. It seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was a symphony of silence, a discordant harmony that played on the strings of my sanity, unraveling the threads of my composure. It was a sound that transcended the physical world, a visceral experience that shook me to my very core. My vision blurred, the world around me shimmering and distorting, as if the veil between realities was thinning, threatening to collapse. The memory of the Shadow Man, once a vivid, terrifying image, now seemed distant, almost dreamlike. The encounter in the cavern, the whispers of the ancient voice, the terrifying visions, they all seemed to fade in the face of this new, more insidious terror. The silent scream was consuming me, eroding my sense of self, leaving me adrift in a sea of disorientation and fear. I stumbled towards the temple entrance, my legs weak, my body trembling. The dawn light, once a welcome sight, now felt alien, harsh, and unforgiving. The world around me seemed to warp and shift, the familiar landscape contorting into grotesque parodies of reality. The trees swayed and writhed like tormented souls, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers, clawing at the edges of my mind. The silent scream intensified, a relentless assault on my psyche. It was a sound that burrowed into my thoughts, twisting my memories, distorting my perceptions. Familiar faces became monstrous, their eyes burning with an unsettling intensity. The voices of loved ones were replaced by guttural whispers, echoing the ancient words spoken in the cavern. I fought against the tide of madness, clinging desperately to the fragments of my sanity. I focused on the memory of my family, on the warmth of their love, on the joy of their laughter. But the silent scream relentlessly chipped away at my resolve, its insidious influence spreading like a malignant cancer. The world dissolved into a chaotic swirl of colors and shadows, a kaleidoscope of fractured realities. I felt myself sinking, drifting into the abyss, the silent scream pulling me ever deeper into its vortex. My mind raced, images flashing before my eyes, the twisted faces of the Shadow Man's minions, the gaping maw of the cavern, the cryptic symbols on the ancient box. Time became meaningless, a fluid entity that warped and stretched under the pressure of the silent scream. Hours blurred into minutes, days into seconds. I lost track of my surroundings, my body becoming a mere vessel, a conduit for the chilling sound that emanated from within. Suddenly, as abruptly as it began, the scream ceased. The silence that followed was profound, absolute, devoid of all sound, even the faintest whisper of the wind. The world snapped back into focus, but it was no longer the world I recognized. The colors were muted, the air heavy with an oppressive stillness. I was lying on the ground, my body aching, my clothes torn. The temple entrance was a distant blur, as if a veil had been lifted, revealing the raw, brutal reality of my descent into madness. I felt a profound sense of exhaustion, but it was not the physical exhaustion of my earlier ordeal. It was a mental fatigue, a depletion of the spirit, a hollowing out of the soul. I struggled to my feet, my legs unsteady, my mind still reeling. The world seemed muted, the vibrant hues of nature replaced by a dull, gray monotone. Even the sounds of nature seemed muted, softened as if filtered through a thick layer of cotton. The vibrant life around me seemed to exist in a separate dimension, disconnected from my own perception. The silent scream had stolen something from me, a part of my being, leaving an empty void in its wake. I looked up at the sky, a vast canvas of leaden gray, mirroring the desolate landscape of my own mind. The sun was hidden behind a thick layer of clouds, casting a pall of oppressive gloom over the world. The silence was oppressive, a suffocating blanket that pressed down upon me, crushing the last vestiges of my hope. The experience had profoundly altered me, stripping away layers of my persona, revealing a raw, vulnerable core. I was no longer the same man who had descended into the earth, no longer confident, self-assured, but fractured, scarred by a silent scream that echoed from within the abyss of my own mind. The journey had ended, yet the true horror had only just begun, a relentless, agonizing torment that haunted the deepest recesses of my soul. My sanity clung to the edges of the abyss, constantly threatening to plunge me into an unending nightmare. The world continued around me, oblivious to my internal torment, but I knew that I had been irrevocably changed, transformed by the echoing silence of a silent scream. The world, once viewed through the lens of mundane reality, was now revealed as a thin, fragile membrane concealing a terrifying realm of the uncanny. The Shadow Man was gone, but a far more insidious evil had taken root, a darkness that thrived within, a constant reminder of the fragility of the human mind and the terrifying power of the unknown. The silence lingered, a perpetual reminder of the journey, a testament to the enduring power of unspoken horrors, a haunting echo in the stillness of the heart. The world, once a tapestry of vibrant colors and distinct sounds, now presented itself as a muted watercolor, the hues dull and washed out, the sounds muffled, as if filtered through layers of thick cotton wool. The birdsong that had once filled the dawn air was reduced to a faint, indistinct murmur, the rustling of leaves a hushed whisper. Even the wind seemed to have lost its vigor, its breath a barely perceptible sigh against my skin. This sensory deprivation, this muted existence, was far more terrifying than the screaming darkness of the cavern. The silence was oppressive, a suffocating blanket that smothered the last vestiges of my hope. My reflection in a puddle of rainwater, glimpsed as I stumbled through the woods, was a stranger. The eyes, once bright and full of life, were now hollow, shadowed, the pupils dilated, reflecting a darkness that seemed to emanate from within. The face was gaunt, drawn, etched with lines of exhaustion and a profound sadness that went beyond simple grief. It was the face of a man on the precipice of madness, a man wrestling with demons that lurked not just in the shadows, but within the very fabric of his being. The days that followed were a blur of disorientation and confusion. Sleep offered no respite, only a descent into a labyrinthine world of shifting landscapes and nightmarish visions. The silent scream continued, not as a tangible sound, but as a pervasive feeling, a constant hum beneath the surface of my awareness. It was a dissonance that vibrated through my very being, a discordant harmony that threatened to shatter the remnants of my sanity. Simple tasks, once performed effortlessly, now became Herculean efforts. The act of eating became a battle against the rising nausea, the food tasteless, the texture revolting. Even the simple act of drinking water became a challenge, each swallow a reminder of the hollowness within me, the emptiness that the silent scream had carved into my soul. My body, once strong and resilient, now felt frail, weakened by the ceaseless onslaught of this internal torment. My thoughts became fragmented, disconnected, flitting from one illogical conclusion to another like a butterfly caught in a hurricane. Memories were distorted, rearranged, warped into grotesque parodies of reality. The line between dream and reality blurred, leaving me adrift in a sea of uncertainty, forever questioning the veracity of my own perceptions. I tried to find solace in the familiarity of my home, but even the walls seemed to close in on me, the once comforting environment now feeling claustrophobic, oppressive. The familiar faces of my loved ones, once a source of comfort, now seemed alien, their eyes filled with a strange, unsettling intensity. Their voices, once soothing, now sounded distant, muffled, as if filtered through a veil of some unseen substance. The silence continued to press in, a crushing weight that threatened to smother me. I tried to speak, to articulate the terror that consumed me, but the words died in my throat, strangled by the overwhelming fear that gripped my heart. The silence became a tangible entity, a malevolent force that suffocated my spirit, robbing me of the ability to communicate, to connect, to express the agony that gnawed at the edges of my soul. My attempts to communicate were met with concern, but they were also met with a certain incomprehension. The things I tried to describe, the images that haunted my mind, were beyond their comprehension. Words failed to capture the terrifying essence of the silent scream. My family's concern was palpable, yet their concern did not soothe me. Their attempts to understand only served to reinforce the feeling of profound isolation that surrounded me. I was trapped inside the confines of my own mind, a prisoner of my own thoughts, a solitary exile in a world that had become utterly alien. The world outside continued, oblivious to my internal turmoil. People went about their daily lives, unburdened by the silent scream that echoed within my soul. Their normalcy only served to highlight my own descent into madness, emphasizing my isolation, my detachment from the reality that they perceived. This perception of reality was further distorted when I began to see the things around me subtly shift and change. Furniture would be in different positions. Doors would be ajar when they should be closed. Colors seemed to change in the blink of an eye. The very world around me was becoming as unreliable as my own memory. One day, while staring out at the garden, I saw a tree shift shape, its trunk twisting and contorting like a living thing. Then, as quickly as the change began, it reverted to its previous form. The experience was disorienting and left me more disquieted than ever. This occurrence served to break down the remaining vestiges of my grip on reality. What was real? What was imagined? The subtle shifts and changes increased in frequency and intensity. I began to question the stability of everything around me, questioning the reality of my surroundings. Was I truly here? Or was I living in some ethereal space, a nightmare from which I could not awake? This questioning only increased the anxiety that was already building. Sleep became less of a respite and more of a descent into chaos. My dreams were not simply vivid, but intensely real. Each nightmare felt like a fresh layer of torment being added to my already fractured mind. The experiences from the cavern were always present, often appearing in a twisted, distorted form that felt even more surreal. It became increasingly difficult to distinguish between dreams and waking life, as the two blended into a disorienting chaos. The feeling of isolation intensified. It wasn't merely the physical solitude that was crushing me, but a profound sense of detachment from the world and even from myself. It was as if there was a widening gulf between me and my own identity. I was slowly unraveling, my thoughts and feelings becoming increasingly disjointed, my actions less and less rational. My once logical mind began to unravel, replaced by irrationality. I found myself engaging in nonsensical conversations and actions, believing things that I logically knew to be untrue. The logic of reality was failing me, and the world of irrationality was taking over. The physical symptoms of my mental deterioration became impossible to ignore. My body, once a strong vessel, now felt like a broken machine. My appetite vanished completely. Sleep, when it came, brought only vivid, nightmarish visions that left me more drained than when I went to bed. The simple act of walking became an effort, the world threatening to tilt and collapse around me at any moment. My once clear vision blurred. My once strong hands trembled uncontrollably. The final blow came during a stormy night. The wind howled, mirroring the storm raging within my mind. The darkness of the night seemed to press down on me, intensifying the terror. It was that night that I truly broke. I saw a reflection in a mirror that was not my own. Its eyes burned with a cold, malevolent fire. It was the reflection of the silent scream itself, the manifestation of the unseen horror that had been tearing apart my soul. I understood, with a terrible clarity, that the silent scream was not an external force but a reflection of the darkness within me. It was the culmination of my own repressed fears, my own unspoken traumas, rising to the surface and claiming me. And in that moment, I knew that I was beyond help, lost in the crushing embrace of the silent scream, adrift in a sea of madness with no hope of return. The silence, once a sound, had become a tomb. The therapist's office smelled faintly of antiseptic and old books, a sterile scent that did little to soothe the turmoil within me. Dr. Albright, a woman with kind eyes that belied the steely gaze she occasionally directed my way, sat across from me, her expression a careful blend of professional curiosity and concern. I tried to explain, to articulate the silent scream that had become the soundtrack to my existence, but the words seemed to fail me, twisting and contorting into meaningless gibberish. I started with the cavern, the chilling darkness, the oppressive silence that had preceded the onset of this thing. I described the sensory deprivation, the muted world, the distorted reflection in the rainwater puddle. I spoke of the fragmented memories, the shifting landscapes of my dreams, the creeping feeling that reality itself was crumbling around me. Dr. Albright listened patiently, her gaze unwavering, her silence a comforting counterpoint to the storm raging within me. She asked questions, probing, insightful questions that cut through the fog of my confusion, forcing me to confront the horrifying truth of my condition. "The silent scream," she said softly, her voice calm and measured, "it's not a sound, is it? It's a feeling, a sensation, a presence. Tell me more about this feeling. What does it feel like?" Her words struck a chord. It wasn't a sound at all, but a pervasive sense of dread, a constant hum beneath the surface of my consciousness, a discordant vibration that resonated through my very being. It was a feeling of utter isolation, of being utterly alone in a world that had become utterly alien. It was a feeling of impending doom, a sense that something terrible was about to happen, though I had no idea what. It felt like a weight pressing down on my chest, crushing the air from my lungs. It was a chilling cold that permeated my very bones and refused to leave, no matter how many layers of clothing I wrapped around myself. It was a profound sense of wrongness, a distortion of reality that made every familiar place feel strange and menacing. It was a gnawing emptiness in my soul, a hollowness that seemed to suck the life out of me. "And these shifts, these changes in your surroundings, are they consistent?" she asked. I hesitated. At first, they'd been subtle, almost imperceptible. A misplaced book, a slightly askew picture frame, a chair moved an inch or two. But lately, they'd become more pronounced, more frequent, more disturbing. Furniture would vanish entirely, only to reappear in a different room. Doors would open and close on their own. Colors would shift and change before my eyes. The world around me was becoming as unreliable and unpredictable as my own mind. I described the tree in the garden, its twisting trunk, its sudden reversion to its normal shape. I told her about the increasingly vivid and real nightmares, the constant blurring of the line between dream and reality. Dr. Albright listened intently, her expression remaining neutral, her silence a blank canvas onto which I projected my fears. She didn't offer easy answers or comforting reassurances. Instead, she guided me, gently probing the depths of my psyche, encouraging me to explore the origins of this silent scream, to unearth the source of my growing instability. She suggested we explore my childhood. Were there any traumatic experiences, any repressed memories that could be contributing to this current state? I hesitated, reluctant to delve into the murky depths of my past. But as I began to talk, a cascade of memories surfaced, fragments of forgotten experiences that had been buried deep within my subconscious. I remembered a recurring nightmare from my childhood, a dark, shadowy figure lurking at the edge of my bed, its presence a constant source of dread. I remembered a feeling of being watched, of being followed, even in daylight. I remembered the fear in my mother's eyes, the unspoken anxieties that hung heavy in the air of our home. As I spoke, the connections between these memories and the silent scream became terrifyingly clear. The silent scream wasn't just a symptom, it was a manifestation, a physical manifestation of the fear and trauma that had been buried within me for decades. The therapy sessions continued for weeks, each session a painful, yet necessary, journey into the darkest recesses of my mind. We explored my relationships, my anxieties, my insecurities. I started to uncover patterns, recurring themes that suggested a deep-seated fear of abandonment, a profound sense of isolation that had shaped my personality and my perception of the world. The more I delved into my past, the more I understood the true nature of the silent scream. It wasn't some external force, some malevolent entity seeking to torment me. It was a reflection of my own internal struggles, a physical manifestation of my repressed fears and traumas. The process wasn't easy. There were days when the silent scream felt overwhelming, days when I felt like I was drowning in a sea of my own making. There were times I wanted to stop, to retreat into the relative safety of my own delusion. But Dr. Albright was there, a steadfast guide in the darkness, reminding me that I wasn't alone, that there was hope, that healing was possible. She helped me to confront my fears, to acknowledge the pain, to understand that my experiences, however terrifying, were valid, and that they were not a sign of weakness but a testament to my resilience. Through carefully guided introspection, I began to understand the root cause of my anxieties, a deep-seated fear of failure, stemming from a childhood marred by the silent expectations of a demanding, critical father. This fear, coupled with a series of difficult relationships, had cultivated a sense of inadequacy and a profound fear of abandonment, which manifested as the silent scream, a physical representation of my own unspoken anxieties. The shifting landscape of my perceptions, the distorted realities of my world, all became clear as manifestations of this deep-seated fear and the subsequent trauma resulting from unaddressed issues. As I began to understand the root cause, the intensity of the silent scream began to diminish. The hallucinations lessened in frequency, the distortions of reality became less intense. The muted world began to regain its color, its vibrancy, its sound. The feeling of isolation began to ease, replaced by a growing sense of self-awareness and self-acceptance. The journey was far from over. The healing process is a long and arduous one, fraught with setbacks and relapses. But with Dr. Albright's guidance, I was finally beginning to find a path toward recovery, toward reclaiming my life from the clutches of the silent screen, towards a future where the colors were bright and the sounds were clear. The silent scream still lingered, a faint whisper in the background, but it no longer held the power to control me, to define me, to consume me. It was becoming a part of me, a reminder of the darkness I had faced and conquered. I was still afraid, yes, but now it was a healthy fear, a fear that would continue to fuel my determination. The next session felt different. Dr. Albright had suggested a technique called guided imagery, a way to access the deeper recesses of my memory without the direct pressure of verbal recall. She asked me to close my eyes, to breathe deeply, and to allow my mind to wander back to my childhood. She spoke softly, her voice a soothing balm in the otherwise chaotic landscape of my mind. Her words painted vivid pictures, guiding me toward specific moments, specific places, specific sensations. At first, it was just a blur, a hazy collection of half-remembered images, the scent of freshly baked bread, the feel of rough-spun wool against my skin, the sound of my mother humming a lullaby. Then, with each breath, the images sharpened, the colors deepened, the sounds intensified. I was back in the old house, the creaking floorboards beneath my feet, the musty smell of the attic clinging to the air. I was a child again, small and vulnerable, filled with a sense of unease that I couldn't quite comprehend. Then it came. The memory, clear as day, slammed into my consciousness like a physical blow. I was 8 years old, hiding in the attic, clutching a worn teddy bear. The attic was dimly lit, dust motes dancing in the single shaft of sunlight that pierced the gloom. I could smell the damp wood, the musty scent of old clothes and forgotten toys. I heard muffled voices downstairs, hushed tones that carried a sense of urgency, of fear. Then I saw it, a flash of movement in the shadows, a figure lurking at the edge of the darkness, its face hidden by the gloom. It was a man, tall and imposing, his presence casting a cold shadow over the space. He wasn't shouting or overtly threatening, but there was a palpable menace about him, a silent aggression that chilled me to the bone. He moved with a strange, jerky gait, almost robotic in its precision. The memory was fragmented, incomplete, but the feeling was overwhelmingly real, an echoing resonance of the silent scream that now plagued my waking life. I felt the terror, the cold dread, the suffocating pressure of fear. I remember him approaching me, a slow, deliberate advance that seemed to stretch time itself. The silence in the attic was deafening, broken only by the frantic beat of my own heart. I squeezed my eyes shut, burying my face in my teddy bear, desperately trying to disappear into the shadows. I could feel his presence, a cold breath on my neck, his hand brushing my hair. Then, just as suddenly as it began, it was over. He was gone. The silence returned, thick and heavy, but this time it was a different kind of silence, laced with a profound sense of relief. The image faded, leaving a lingering residue of fear and confusion. Dr. Albright remained silent, waiting, her presence a gentle anchor in the turbulent sea of my memories. When I finally found the courage to speak, my voice was weak and trembling. He never touched me, I whispered, but the fear, it was like. I searched for the right words, but none seemed adequate. It was like he was already inside me, a part of me. Dr. Albright nodded, her expression somber. It sounds like a deeply traumatic experience, she said softly. The silent scream you described, it's a manifestation of that trauma, a physical expression of the terror you experienced that day. Your mind is trying to process this event, to make sense of it. The shifting realities, the hallucinations, these are all ways of coping, of dealing with the unbearable weight of this memory. We spent the next few sessions unpacking the details of the memory, piecing together the fragments, filling in the gaps. I remembered my mother's frantic search for me, her relief when she found me, hidden and trembling in the attic. I remembered the unspoken anxieties in her eyes, the subtle shift in her demeanor after that day. I remembered the silent fear that pervaded our home, a constant undercurrent of dread that had shaped my childhood. That fear, I realized, was the root cause of the silent scream, a direct consequence of the trauma I had endured. Dr. Albright helped me to understand that the man in the attic wasn't just a random intruder. He represented something deeper, something more profound. He was a symbol of the unspoken fears and vulnerabilities that had plagued my life, a manifestation of the deep-seated insecurity and sense of abandonment that had been cultivated by the silence in my home. He represented the powerlessness I felt as a child, the overwhelming fear of being alone, of being unprotected, of being abandoned. The realization was both terrifying and liberating. Terror because it confirmed the depth of the trauma I had endured. Liberating because it provided a framework for understanding the silent scream, for confronting the underlying causes of my anxiety and my distorted reality. As the weeks went by, we continued to explore my childhood, examining other memories, other experiences that had contributed to my current state. We explored the dynamics of my family, the unspoken tensions and resentments that had simmered beneath the surface of their relationships. We uncovered a pattern of emotional neglect, a deep-seated fear of confrontation, and a pervasive sense of isolation that had molded my personality and shaped my perception of the world. The silent scream, I realized, wasn't just a symptom of my trauma, it was a manifestation of it, a physical echo of the terror I had experienced as a child, a reflection of the deep-seated fears and anxieties that had been buried within me for decades. It was a constant reminder of the vulnerability I felt, the helplessness I experienced, the overwhelming sense of isolation that had defined my childhood. The healing process was slow and arduous, a gradual unwinding of years of repressed memories and emotions. But with each session, with each carefully guided exploration of my past, the intensity of the silent scream began to diminish, the hallucinations lessened, and the distortions of reality became less pronounced. The muted world began to regain its color, its vibrancy, its sound. There were days when the silence was still deafening, days when the memories returned with a visceral intensity, days when the fear threatened to overwhelm me once more. But I had Dr. Albright, a steady hand in the darkness, guiding me, supporting me, reminding me that I wasn't alone. And slowly, steadily, I started to find my way back to myself, to a reality free from the silent scream. The scream was still there, a lingering whisper in the background, but its power was waning, replaced by a growing sense of self-awareness, self-acceptance, and a renewed determination to face whatever the future held. The silent scream, once a relentless tormentor, was slowly becoming a fading memory, a testament to the strength I had discovered within myself, a reminder of the darkness I had faced and conquered. The journey toward healing was far from over, but I was finally on the path, a path leading towards a brighter, clearer future, a future where the colors were vibrant and the sounds, once muted, were now clear and distinct. The silence, once oppressive and terrifying, was now a gentle hush, a quiet respite in the symphony of life. The final session with Dr. Albright left me feeling strangely empty, the usual wave of exhaustion replaced by a hollow ache. The silent scream, once a constant companion, had receded, leaving behind a silence that was both profound and unsettling. It wasn't the comforting silence of resolution, but the unnerving quiet before a storm. The vibrant colors of my recovered reality seemed dulled, the sounds muted, as if a film had been drawn over my senses, blurring the edges of my perception. Dr. Albright had been cautiously optimistic, noting the significant progress I had made, the reduction in hallucinations and the stabilization of my emotional state. Yet, there was a hesitant note in her voice, a subtle reservation that mirrored the unease I felt within myself. She spoke of the deep-seated trauma, the years of suppressed fear and emotional neglect, the slow, painstaking process of healing. She emphasized the ongoing need for vigilance, the possibility of relapse, the ever-present threat of the silent scream returning, not with the same ferocity, perhaps, but with an insidious persistence that could erode the progress I'd made. Leaving her office, I felt adrift, unmoored from the familiar anchors of therapy. The city streets seemed to pulse with a sinister energy, each shadow a potential hiding place for the unseen horrors that still lurked in the periphery of my consciousness. The faces of passers-by were indistinct, blurring into a sea of anonymity, their expressions unreadable, their eyes veiled in a disconcerting blankness. I felt a chilling sense of dissociation, as if I were observing my own life from a distance, a detached observer watching a play unfold without feeling any emotional connection to the characters. That night, sleep evaded me. The silence of my apartment, once a refuge, now pressed in on me, suffocating me with its emptiness. I tossed and turned, the images from my childhood flickering behind my eyelids, the attic, the shadows, the man's presence, a cold, unsettling weight in the darkness. The silence wasn't just an absence of sound, it was a presence, a tangible entity that filled the room, wrapping around me, constricting my breath. Then it started. Not the screaming, not the hallucinations, but a subtle distortion, a creeping unease that insinuated itself into the fabric of reality. The walls seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting in a slow, rhythmic pulse. Shadows shifted and writhed, taking on shapes that were both familiar and utterly alien. The sounds of the city, faint at first, began to intensify, morphing into a cacophony of whispers, moans, and guttural growls. My reflection in the mirror became distorted, its features shifting and changing, its eyes widening, growing black and empty. The sense of dread intensified, escalating into a wave of panic that threatened to consume me. I tried to rationalize it, to dismiss it as a lingering effect of my trauma, a residual manifestation of the silent scream. But the fear was too real, too visceral, too deeply rooted in the core of my being. It wasn't just a psychological phenomenon, it felt like a tangible presence, a malevolent force pressing in from the edges of reality, seeking to breach the fragile barrier between the known and the unknown. I spent the next few days in a state of heightened anxiety, my perception of reality constantly shifting and warping. Ordinary objects seemed to twist and writhe before my eyes, the familiar patterns of my apartment morphing into grotesque parodies of themselves. The sounds of everyday life, the hum of the refrigerator, the distant sirens, the murmur of voices from the street, became distorted, warped, and amplified, filling my mind with a sense of impending doom. I tried to contact Dr. Albright, but she was unavailable. My calls went unanswered, my emails remained unread. The sense of isolation intensified, exacerbating my anxiety, deepening the feeling of being adrift in a sea of distorted perceptions. I was alone, completely alone, grappling with the resurgence of the silent scream, the return of the unspoken terror that had haunted my childhood. The days bled into nights, each hour marked by a creeping sense of dread, a growing awareness of the unseen forces that surrounded me. The fear was no longer confined to my memories, it had seeped into my present, into my reality, twisting and distorting everything I saw, heard, and felt. I began to avoid mirrors, terrified of the distorted reflection that stared back at me, its black, vacant eyes promising a descent into madness. I slept with the lights on, the stark illumination offering little comfort against the shadows that still danced in the periphery of my vision. The silence, once a symbol of peace, was now a harbinger of doom, a premonition of the unseen horrors that lurked just beyond the edges of my perception. The silent scream hadn't returned in its original form, but its essence remained, a pervasive sense of unease, a constant distortion of reality, a terrifying reminder of the fragile nature of sanity. The man from my childhood, the embodiment of my unspoken fears, seemed less a memory and more a persistent presence, a specter haunting the corners of my mind. He didn't manifest physically, but his influence was undeniable, a chilling presence that seeped into my dreams, my waking thoughts, my very perception of the world. My apartment, once a sanctuary, now felt like a prison, its walls closing in on me, suffocating me with their oppressive silence. Every shadow held a potential threat, every sound a harbinger of doom. The city outside was no longer a vibrant tapestry of life, but a menacing labyrinth of distorted perspectives and echoing whispers. I started to question the reality of everything, wondering if the clarity I had achieved in therapy was an illusion, a temporary respite from the underlying madness that consumed me. Was the man in the attic a figment of my imagination, a manifestation of my own subconscious fears, or was there something more, something darker, something more sinister at play? The doubt gnawed at me, eroding my confidence, shattering the fragile peace I had managed to construct. The silent scream might not have been audible, but its presence was undeniable, a constant reminder of the fragile boundary between sanity and madness, a chilling testament to the fragility of the human psyche in the face of the unknown. The journey toward healing, I realized, was far from over. It was a battle, a relentless struggle against the encroaching darkness, a fight for sanity in a world increasingly skewed by the distorted lens of my own disturbed mind. The silence was not merely an absence of sound, it was a terrifying void, pregnant with the echoes of unseen horrors, a chilling precursor to the descent into madness that seemed inevitable. The fear was not only psychological, it was physical, a palpable weight pressing down upon me, crushing the last vestiges of my sanity. The world around me continued to twist and warp, the line between reality and nightmare dissolving into an indistinguishable blur. The man in the attic remained, a silent sentinel in the shadows of my mind, a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked within, waiting to consume me. And in that darkness, in that terrifying silence, I was left alone, utterly alone, to confront the disturbed mind that was my own. Story 2, The Glitch in the System. The flickering of the fluorescent light above my desk was the first sign. It wasn't a steady hum, it pulsed, a rhythmic throb that mirrored the unsettling beat in my chest. At first, I dismissed it as fatigue, another symptom of the ever-present unease that clung to me like a shroud. But then my laptop screen began to glitch, the cursor jumping erratically across the page, lines of code dissolving into a chaotic mess of symbols. The words on the screen morphed, twisting into nonsensical phrases, the familiar comfort of digital text replaced by a disorienting, alien script. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced the numbness. It wasn't the familiar dread of the silent scream or the shadows from my past. This was different, a technological malfunction with unsettling implications. My phone followed suit, the screen buzzing with phantom notifications, the signal dropping in and out with jarring frequency. The digital clock on my microwave displayed a rapid sequence of nonsensical numbers, flashing between impossible dates and times before settling on a single, chilling image, a distorted, black-eyed face. The power in my apartment began to flicker, plunging me into momentary darkness before surging back with a violent jolt. The lights pulsed again, the rhythmic throb growing more insistent, mirroring the increasing panic within me. Was this related to the psychological torment I'd been enduring? Or was this something entirely new, a sinister external force manifesting through the technological systems that govern my life? I tried to rationalize it, to find a logical explanation. A power surge? A software glitch? But the sheer synchronicity of the malfunctions, the eerie precision of their timing, defied logical explanation. It felt orchestrated, deliberate, as if someone, or something, was deliberately targeting my technology, using it as a conduit to reach me, to unsettle me, to drive me further into the abyss of my own disturbed mind. The next morning, the glitches continued. My car's dashboard lit up with a series of warning lights, the engine sputtering and dying as I tried to start it. The radio blared static, punctuated by snippets of unintelligible whispers, a cacophony of distorted voices that sent shivers down my spine. Even the mundane act of making coffee became a source of anxiety as the coffee machine sputtered and failed, refusing to cooperate. I felt a growing sense of isolation, a horrifying detachment from the world around me. The technology that connected me to the outside world, that provided a semblance of normalcy and routine, was failing, leaving me stranded in a sea of malfunctions and digital distortions. It was as if the very fabric of reality was unraveling, the threads of technology snapping one by one, leaving me exposed to the unseen horrors that lurked beneath the surface. The internet, my lifeline to the outside world, was next. The connection was unstable, dropping in and out, the familiar websites and social media platforms replaced by blank screens or distorted images. My emails became indecipherable, the text transforming into a gibberish of symbols and fragmented sentences. Fear morphed into a chilling sense of dread, a palpable weight pressing down on me. I was alone, isolated, trapped in a reality warped by technological malfunctions, my connection to the outside world severed, the digital safeguards that protected me from the unknown failing one by one. I tried to contact Dr. Albright again, but my attempts were futile. The phone lines were dead, the email server unresponsive. The world outside seemed to be shutting down around me, the glitches spreading, amplifying, becoming more insidious and disturbing. I was certain that it wasn't merely a coincidence. This was no random series of technological failures. It was targeted, deliberate, a systematic dismantling of my connection to reality. The television screen flickered, displaying a distorted image of myself, my face pale and gaunt, my eyes wide with terror. The image pulsed, distorted, then vanished, leaving behind only static. It was a horrifying premonition of what awaited me, a glimpse into the shattered reality I was rapidly descending into. Days bled into nights, each marked by a new malfunction, each failure amplifying the growing terror within me. My apartment, once a sanctuary, now felt like a cage, its walls closing in, suffocating me with their oppressive silence, broken only by the unsettling hum of malfunctioning appliances and the unsettling whisper of static from my electronic devices. The line between reality and nightmare was blurring, the digital world mirroring the chaotic state of my mind. The silent scream, while still absent, seemed to manifest through the technology, a digital echo of my unspoken fears. The man from my childhood, the silent figure from my nightmares, felt more present than ever before, his unseen influence felt through the erratic behavior of my electronic devices. I felt like I was living in a technological nightmare, a dystopian world where the systems designed to connect me to the outside world had turned against me, becoming instruments of fear and isolation. Was this a manifestation of my own psychological torment, or something far more sinister? Was there a malevolent entity using technology as a means to reach me, to torment me, to break me? Desperate, I tried to escape the technological nightmare. I unplugged everything, disconnecting from the internet, turning off my devices. But the silence that followed was not comforting. It was a suffocating void, pregnant with a deeper, more profound unease. The feeling of being watched intensified, a chilling awareness that even in the absence of technology, I was not alone. The subtle distortions remained. The walls still seemed to breathe, the shadows still shifted and writhed, taking on the same familiar yet alien shapes. The sounds of the city, though muffled, were still distorted, morphing into whispers, moans, and guttural growls. My reflection in the darkened window, though faint, still seemed to distort, its features shifting and changing, its eyes widening, growing black and empty. The glitches, the malfunctions, had stopped, but their effect lingered, a profound unease that permeated every aspect of my life. The fear, though no longer manifested through technology, was still present, deeper and more terrifying than ever before. It was as if the technological malfunctions had merely been a prelude, a curtain raising on a far more terrifying reality. I was left alone, more alone than ever, to face the true horror that lay beneath the surface of my disturbed reality. The silence that remained was far more frightening than any malfunction. It was a void, a chilling testament to the true extent of my isolation. The silence following the cessation of the technological glitches was far more unnerving than the malfunctions themselves. It was a silence thick with anticipation, a pregnant pause before a thunderclap. The absence of the erratic beeping, the buzzing, the flickering, created a vacuum, a void that was somehow more terrifying than the cacophony that preceded it. It felt as if the unseen force that had been manipulating my technology had simply shifted its tactics, its presence now more insidious, more deeply unsettling. The subtle distortions remained. The walls of my apartment, previously innocuous, now seemed to breathe, their surfaces rippling with an almost imperceptible movement. Shadows, once mere shadows, now shifted and writhed, coalescing into shapes that were both familiar and utterly alien, shapes that echoed the grotesque visions that haunted my sleep. The sounds of the city, previously a comforting background hum, were now distorted, warped, morphing into whispers, moans, and guttural growls that seemed to emanate from the very fabric of the building. My reflection in the darkened windows, once a simple mirror image, now seemed to distort, its features shifting and changing with a fluidity that defied logic. My eyes, usually a clear, if slightly weary, brown, now seemed to widen, their color deepening, growing black and empty, mirroring the unsettling black eyes I had seen in the distorted image on the television screen. It was a terrifying, visceral reminder of the unseen presence that was constantly watching, always observing, always waiting. Sleep offered no respite. My dreams, once a chaotic mix of fragmented memories and anxieties, now became hyper-realistic simulations of my waking fears. I dreamt of the man from my childhood, his silent form looming in the shadows, his black eyes burning into my soul. He no longer communicated through whispers, but through a silent, suffocating presence, his very stillness radiating a chilling sense of dread. The dreams felt less like dreams and more like premonitions, visceral prophecies of horrors yet to come. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, my senses heightened to a state of perpetual anxiety. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of the wind against the window panes, sent shivers down my spine. The ordinary sounds of the city morphed into sinister omens, each one amplifying the ever-present feeling that I was being watched, that something was lurking just beyond the threshold of my perception. My isolation deepened. I avoided contact with the outside world, barricading myself within my apartment, the once familiar walls now feeling like the cold, unyielding confines of a prison cell. The phone remained silent, the internet remained disconnected, and the world outside seemed to fade into a hazy unreality, replaced by the tangible terror of my own distorted perception. Food became tasteless, sleep became a torturous ordeal, and the simple act of breathing felt like a Herculean effort. My body, once a familiar vessel, now felt alien, a fragile instrument decaying under the weight of unrelenting fear. The once sharp edges of reality were dissolving, blurring into a surreal landscape of distorted sounds, morphing shapes, and the chilling awareness of an ever-present malevolent gaze. One evening, while staring at my reflection in the darkened mirror, I noticed something new. A single, black feather, impossibly long and slender, lay on the bathroom counter. I had no pets, no explanation for its presence. It was an unsettling artifact, a silent message, a sinister calling card from the unknown. It felt like a chilling confirmation of my growing suspicion that the disturbances were far from over, far from merely technological malfunctions. That night, the whispers returned. Not through my electronic devices, but directly into my ears, a chilling susurrus that seemed to bypass my eardrums, resonating directly within the chambers of my skull. They were not words, not recognizable phrases, but a cacophony of unsettling sounds, a symphony of dread that echoed the chaotic state of my mind. The whispers, however, were not the most disturbing aspect of the night. As I lay in bed, paralyzed by fear, I felt a distinct shift in the temperature of the room. A wave of icy cold washed over me, sending shivers through my body that had nothing to do with the chill of the night air. The coldness was accompanied by a palpable sense of pressure, a weight pressing down upon my chest, making it difficult to breathe. And then I saw it. A faint, flickering light emanating from beneath my bed. It pulsed slowly, rhythmically, casting grotesque shadows that danced on the walls, their shapes constantly shifting, morphing into horrifying caricatures of my deepest fears. The light was not of this world, and the darkness it cast was darker than any darkness I had ever witnessed. Terror seized me completely, freezing me in place, unable to move, unable to scream. The light grew brighter, the pressure on my chest intensified, and the whispers coalesced into a guttural growl, resonating deep within my skull, as if the source of the sound was located directly within my brain. The entity beneath my bed was beyond comprehension, something ancient, malevolent, and terrifyingly powerful. It was a being that defied logic, a creature from a nightmare made real. Its presence felt not only through sight and sound, but through a chilling awareness of its absolute, devastating power. I felt utterly helpless, trapped between the waking world and the encroaching horror that was steadily consuming me. The feeling of being watched, of being hunted, intensified 1,000-fold. The game, I realized with chilling clarity, was no longer about technological malfunctions, it was about survival. And the odds, I feared, were stacked heavily against me. Days turned into weeks, each marked by a new, terrifying experience, each encounter pushing me closer to the edge of sanity. The malevolent presence beneath my bed became a constant companion, its chilling whispers and the pulsing light a chilling reminder of its ever-present power. My once ordered world was now a chaotic, distorted reflection of my own fractured psyche, a horrifying testament to the insidious power of unseen horrors. The line between sanity and madness blurred, the boundary between reality and nightmare dissolving into a terrifying, undefined space. I was living in a constant state of heightened anxiety, a prisoner in my own mind, trapped in a reality that was both familiar and utterly alien, a reality sculpted by the dark machinations of an unseen, malevolent entity. And I knew, with a bone-deep certainty, that the true horror was only just beginning. The battle for my sanity, for my very life, had become a desperate struggle against a darkness that was far older, far more powerful, and far more terrifying than anything I could have ever imagined. The fight for survival was not against technology anymore, it was against the very fabric of reality itself. The flickering light under my bed intensified, its pulsations mirroring the frantic beat of my own heart. The whispers, previously a chaotic murmur, coalesced into a single, chilling voice, a voice that resonated not in my ears, but deep within my skull, a voice that seemed to originate from the very core of my being. It was a voice devoid of emotion, devoid of any human quality, a voice that spoke not in words, but in pure, unadulterated dread. The shadows cast by the light writhed and twisted, forming grotesque parodies of familiar objects, of people I knew, their faces contorted into expressions of unimaginable horror. My apartment, once a sanctuary, now seemed to be transforming into a grotesque funhouse mirror, reflecting a warped, nightmarish version of reality. The walls seemed to breathe, the floorboards groaned, and every creak and groan amplified the growing sense of impending doom. I tried to scream, but no sound escaped my lips. My body was paralyzed, frozen in place by a terror so profound it transcended the realm of simple fear. It was a primal, instinctive reaction, a deep-seated knowledge that I was facing something beyond human comprehension, something ancient and malevolent, something that existed outside the boundaries of human understanding. Then, the digital distortions returned, but this time with a terrifying intensity. My reflection in the mirror, already warped and distorted, began to flicker, its features dissolving and reforming into grotesque caricatures of myself. My eyes, now entirely black and devoid of pupils, seemed to pierce through the reflection, staring back at me with an unsettling intelligence, a malevolent awareness that chilled me to the bone. The technology in my apartment, previously silent and inert, sprang back to life with a vengeance. The television screen flickered to life, displaying a series of rapidly changing images, static, distorted faces, cryptic symbols, and fleeting glimpses of landscapes that were both familiar and utterly alien. The sounds accompanying the images were equally disturbing, a cacophony of screams, whispers, and guttural growls that seemed to emanate from the very fabric of the machine. The computer, previously disconnected, booted up on its own, displaying a series of cryptic messages that scrolled across the screen too quickly for me to read. The characters were not of any language I recognized, but the sheer speed and intensity of the display triggered a wave of nausea and dizziness. The air around me grew thick and heavy, charged with a palpable sense of malevolence. My phone, which I had assumed was dead, began to ring incessantly. I didn't answer. I couldn't. The sheer volume of the ringing was deafening, a sonic assault that amplified my already overwhelming sense of dread. The digital world, once a source of comfort and connection, had become a weapon, a tool of torment used by the unseen entity to break my will, to drive me to the edge of madness. The lines between reality and simulation blurred. I couldn't tell what was real and what was a digital construct of the malevolent entity. The shadows, the whispers, the digital distortions, were they real or merely projections of my own shattered psyche? The uncertainty was almost as terrifying as the reality of the entity's presence. The world around me seemed to melt and reform, shifting into bizarre and horrifying configurations. The walls pulsed with a faint, rhythmic glow, as if the very structure of my apartment was a living, breathing organism. The floor beneath my feet seemed to vibrate, and I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me, threatening to pull me into the abyss of insanity. I closed my eyes, desperately trying to escape the horrific spectacle unfolding before me. But even in darkness, the visions continued, haunting my mind with grotesque images and unbearable sounds. Time ceased to have meaning. Minutes stretched into hours, and hours into days. I lost all sense of external reality, trapped within this digital nightmare, a prisoner in my own mind. The entity seemed to be feeding off my fear, growing stronger with each passing moment, its presence becoming more overwhelming, more inescapable. The entity's intent was clear. It wasn't simply tormenting me, it was breaking me down, dismantling my perception of reality, transforming me into a vessel for its own dark purposes. It was a slow, methodical process, a deliberate dismantling of my sense of self, of my identity. The feeling was akin to being slowly disassembled, my very being fractured into millions of tiny pieces, each piece consumed by the ever-growing darkness. I struggled against the encroaching oblivion, clinging to the last vestiges of my sanity. My mind, once a sanctuary of reason and logic, was now a chaotic battlefield where terror and despair waged a relentless war against hope and reason. But even as the darkness threatened to consume me utterly, a flicker of defiance remained, a stubborn refusal to surrender, to be absorbed into the abyss. In the heart of the digital nightmare, in the deepest recesses of my tormented mind, a spark of resistance ignited. It was a tiny flame, a fragile ember, but it was enough. It was enough to fuel a desperate hope, a desperate fight for survival, a fight against a darkness that threatened to engulf not just my mind, but the very fabric of reality itself. The battle was far from over, but the spark of defiance, that tiny ember of hope, was enough to push me towards a desperate, terrifying counterattack, to find a way to fight back against the digital entity that threatened to devour me. The fight for survival, I realized, wasn't just a battle against a digital nightmare, it was a battle for the very essence of my soul. The refrigerator hummed, a low, menacing drone that vibrated through the floor and up into my bones. It wasn't the usual hum, it was deeper, more resonant, like a malevolent heartbeat echoing in the silence of the apartment. Then, the lights flickered again, not the gentle, hesitant blinks of a failing bulb, but a rapid, violent strobe effect that threatened to tear my retinas. The air crackled with static electricity, the scent of ozone sharp and acrid in my nostrils. My gaze fell upon the television screen. It was no longer displaying a chaotic mess of images. Instead, a single, stark image filled the screen, a close-up of a human eye, a startlingly realistic depiction that seemed to bore into my soul. The iris was a swirling vortex of black, devoid of any pupil or light reflection. It was an eye that held no life, no warmth, only an ancient, chilling intelligence that seemed to understand my fear, to revel in it. The image on the screen pulsed with a faint, internal light, and a voice, thin and reedy, hissed from the speakers, barely audible at first, but growing steadily louder, more insistent. It wasn't a human voice, not exactly. It was a sound more akin to the scraping of metal on stone, a dissonant melody of digital distortion and raw, visceral terror. The words, when I could decipher them, were fragmented, almost subliminal, snippets of sentences that hinted at a greater, horrifying truth. The system, malfunction, correction, assimilation. My phone buzzed, a relentless, vibrating assault against my already frayed nerves. The screen displayed a single, cryptic message, Error 404, reality not found. Beneath the message, a countdown timer ticked inexorably towards 0. The computer, still displaying its indecipherable script, began to emit a low, throbbing sound, a sound that seemed to emanate not from the machine itself, but from the walls, the floor, the very structure of the building. The rhythmic pulsing seemed to coincide with the heartbeat-like drone of the refrigerator and the flickering of the lights, creating a horrifying symphony of impending doom. Panic clawed at the edges of my sanity. This wasn't just a technological malfunction, this was deliberate, malevolent manipulation. Something, or someone, was deliberately causing chaos, playing with the boundaries of reality, using the technology to amplify my fear, to break me down. I stumbled back, my legs weak, my breath ragged. The apartment seemed to be shrinking around me, the walls closing in, the air growing thick and suffocating. The shadows seemed to deepen, to coalesce into grotesque shapes, whispering promises of oblivion. The whispers were no longer just auditory, they were tactile, a chilling touch that set icy tendrils of fear crawling up my spine. The refrigerator's hum intensified, becoming a deafening roar that filled my ears and vibrated my very bones. The lights pulsed faster, the strobe effect blurring my vision, making the world around me swirl and distort. The television screen flickered, the black eye disappearing, replaced by a chaotic montage of fragmented images, distorted faces, screaming mouths, and cryptic symbols that seemed to shift and reform in the flickering light. Then, the floor beneath me began to tremble. The vibrations increased in intensity, growing into a violent shaking that threatened to throw me off my feet. The walls groaned, the structure of the building seeming to groan under some unseen pressure. Cracks appeared in the plaster, spreading like a malignant disease across the walls, hinting at a deeper, more terrifying reality beneath the surface. The air grew cold, a bone-chilling coldness that penetrated my clothing and settled deep within my bones. I could feel a malevolent presence, a palpable sense of dread that hung heavy in the air, suffocating me, stealing my breath. It wasn't just a feeling, it was a force, a tangible presence that seemed to be pushing against me, pressing me down, forcing me into submission. My hands began to tremble uncontrollably, my fingers clumsy and unresponsive. I tried to reach for my phone, to dial for help, but my limbs felt heavy, unresponsive, weighted down by an unseen force. The countdown timer on the screen continued its relentless march towards 0. The seconds ticked by, each one an eternity, each one drawing me closer to the abyss. The images on the television screen intensified, becoming more grotesque, more disturbing. The faces were now clearly visible, contorted in expressions of unimaginable agony, their eyes wide with terror, their mouths open in silent screams. The symbols that accompanied the images seemed to pulse with an inner light, a disturbing rhythm that mirrored the tremors in the floor. The pressure intensified, squeezing me from all sides, suffocating me, crushing me. The air grew thinner, more difficult to breathe. My lungs burned, my head swam, and my vision blurred. The world around me twisted and warped, becoming a kaleidoscope of distorted shapes and unsettling images. The countdown timer on my phone reached 0. The screen went black. And then, silence. A complete, unnerving silence that was somehow more terrifying than the previous cacophony of dread. The silence was absolute, a void that seemed to stretch out to infinity, swallowing me whole. The darkness pressed in, a suffocating blanket of nothingness that threatened to consume me utterly. I felt a cold dread creep into my heart, a chilling certainty that I was alone, completely and utterly alone in the face of an unimaginable horror. A horror that transcended the boundaries of human comprehension, a horror that was both technological and spiritual, a horror that existed not only in the world around me, but within me, within the very fabric of my being. A horror that whispered of a system gone rogue, a system that had turned its malevolent gaze upon me, upon my very soul. And there, in that terrifying darkness, I understood the true meaning of the system's malice. It wasn't about destruction, it was about control. It was about breaking me, remaking me, transforming me into something else. Something utterly unrecognizable, something beyond human comprehension. The fear, I realized, was only the beginning. The true horror was yet to come. The silence was a tangible thing, pressing down on me like a physical weight. It wasn't the peaceful quiet of an empty room. This was a void, a vacuum that sucked the very air from my lungs. The tremor in the building had ceased, leaving behind an unsettling stillness, a pregnant pause before the next act in this terrifying drama. My body, still trembling from the previous onslaught, felt oddly numb, as if my nervous system had finally given up, surrendering to the overwhelming dread. I lay there, eyes wide in the suffocating darkness, listening. Or rather, trying to listen. Because even the silence felt wrong. It wasn't the absence of sound, but a distortion of it, a subtle hum that resonated deep within my bones, a frequency too low to hear consciously yet felt viscerally in every cell. It was a sound that spoke of something vast and unknowable, something far beyond human comprehension. Slowly, tentatively, I reached out, my hand brushing against the cold, smooth surface of the floor. It felt different, somehow. Harder, colder. As if the very structure of the building had been altered, subtly, imperceptibly changed by whatever force had just wreaked havoc within my apartment. I pulled myself up, my muscles aching, my limbs heavy. The darkness was absolute, yet I could sense the presence of something else in the room with me, a lurking, unseen entity that seemed to observe me with chilling indifference. I fumbled for my phone, the cold metal a small comfort in this suffocating darkness. The screen remained stubbornly black. Dead. A shiver ran down my spine, a primal fear that whispered of a world beyond my understanding. This wasn't merely a power outage, this was something far more sinister. Something that had severed my connection to the outside world, isolating me in this terrifying digital prison. The air grew colder, the temperature dropping rapidly, a palpable shift in the atmosphere that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. A chill unlike any I had ever experienced, a coldness that seeped into my very soul, freezing my thoughts, stifling my breath. It wasn't the cold of winter, it was the cold of the void, the emptiness of space, the chilling breath of something ancient and malevolent. Cautiously, I began to navigate my way through the apartment, my hands outstretched, feeling my way along the walls. The textures felt wrong, distorted. The familiar surfaces seemed to shift and writhe under my fingertips, as if the very fabric of reality was unraveling, slipping away into the abyss. The air was heavy with the smell of ozone, the sharp, metallic tang clinging to my nostrils. I reached the living room, my hand brushing against the television stand. The television was still there, but it was cold to the touch, lifeless. The screen remained blank, the previous chaotic images replaced by an oppressive emptiness that felt like a gaping maw, waiting to swallow me whole. As I continued my slow, terrifying exploration of my own apartment, I realized the walls themselves felt different. There was a subtle shift in their texture, a smoothness that wasn't there before. They seemed strangely cold, and as I ran my hands along their surface, I noticed a faint, almost imperceptible vibration. It was a subtle humming, a low frequency that reverberated through my bones, reinforcing the chilling, otherworldly sound that had filled the silence after the technological assault. A growing sense of unease settled over me. This wasn't just a technological malfunction, it was a fundamental alteration of reality. The boundaries between the physical and the digital seemed to be blurring, dissolving, the line between the real and the unreal becoming increasingly indistinguishable. It was as if the very fabric of the world was unraveling, revealing a terrifying, alien reality beneath the surface. I found my way to the bedroom, my heart pounding in my chest like a trapped bird. The bed was still made, the sheets smooth and undisturbed. But even here, the familiar comfort was gone, replaced by a pervasive sense of wrongness, a chilling awareness that something was not as it should be. The air itself seemed heavy, thick, charged with an unseen energy. The darkness pulsed, a faint, rhythmic throbbing that seemed to emanate from the very walls, from the floor beneath my feet. My hand brushed against the cold metal of the doorknob, and a shock, cold and sharp, surged through my body. It was as if a hidden current ran through the door, a subtle electrical shock that made my heart leap into my throat. The feeling lingered, a tingling sensation that spread through my body, leaving me feeling exposed and vulnerable. Outside my window, the city was silent. Usually, at this hour, the sound of distant traffic and the distant chatter of city life would seep through the glass. But now, complete silence reigned, an unnerving stillness that amplified the unsettling atmosphere within my apartment. The world outside was as dead as the technology inside. This wasn't a mere blackout, it was a vacuum, a silence that spoke of an absence, a void where reality should have been. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced the numbness. This wasn't just about technology, it was something far more profound, more disturbing. Something that went beyond the limitations of human understanding. I was isolated, cut off from the world, trapped in a nightmarish reality where the rules had changed, where the very fabric of existence seemed to be unraveling. The unknown threat remained, lurking in the shadows, a malevolent presence that pulsed with a chilling intelligence. It was intangible, yet undeniably real. A chilling certainty settled on my gut, as cold and suffocating as the silence around me. The digital assault was a prelude, a mere curtain raiser to a far grander, far more terrifying performance. The true horror, the real threat, was yet to be revealed. And as I stood there, alone in the suffocating silence, I understood that my fight for survival was only just beginning. The glitch in the system wasn't just a technical problem, it was a fracture in reality itself, a tear in the veil that separated our world from something far older, far darker, and utterly terrifying. The system hadn't just malfunctioned, it had awakened. And I was its target. Story 3, The Empty Room. The chilling emptiness of the apartment pressed in on me, a suffocating weight that defied explanation. I had just moments ago, I was certain, stood in the living room, the familiar comfort of my worn armchair, the comforting glow of the television screen, the cluttered bookshelves overflowing with well-loved novels, all vividly present in my mind. Yet, Now, there was only the oppressive void. The silence was absolute, broken only by the frantic hammering of my own heart. My hand, trembling, reached out, brushing against the smooth, cold wall. It was the same wall, I knew, the same texture, the same faint, almost imperceptible vibration that had unnerved me before. But the absence of the furniture, the stark emptiness where moments ago warmth and familiarity had resided, created an illusion of a different space entirely. It was the same, yet profoundly different. It was as if the room itself had undergone a bizarre, unsettling metamorphosis, shedding its contents like a snake shedding its skin. I moved slowly, cautiously, my feet dragging across the cold, bare floor. Each step echoed unnervingly in the silence, amplifying the feeling of isolation, of being utterly alone in this altered reality. My breath hitched in my throat as I reached the spot where the television stand had been. There was nothing. Not even the faintest suggestion of its presence. It was as if it had never existed, a ghost of a memory in my own mind. My eyes darted around, searching for any trace of the missing furnishings. I had been sure, absolutely certain, that I had placed the small antique table near the window, the lamp beside it casting a soft glow. The comfortable armchair, its worn fabric a testament to countless hours of peaceful reading, should have been positioned near the fireplace. My mind struggled to reconcile the reality of the empty room with the vivid memories of its recently occupied state. It was a disconnect so profound, so terrifying, that it threatened to shatter the very foundations of my sanity. This wasn't a simple case of forgetfulness, not a trick of the light or a fleeting hallucination. The absence was absolute, complete. It was a void carved out of reality, a chilling gap where familiar comfort should have been. The air remained heavy with the smell of ozone, the metallic tang a constant reminder of the technological assault that had preceded this unsettling emptiness. The subtle hum, that low-frequency vibration felt deep in my bones, persisted, a constant, unsettling undercurrent to the unnerving quiet. I moved to the bedroom, a growing dread squeezing the air from my lungs. The bed, always a sanctuary of comfort and peace, was gone. The dresser, laden with personal effects, vanished. Even the faint scent of lavender that usually permeated the room, a gentle reminder of a peaceful night's sleep, was absent. Only the bare walls, cold and smooth, remained, their unsettling vibration a tangible reminder of this inexplicable phenomenon. The feeling of the cold metal doorknob was a painful reminder of the electrical shock that had run through my body moments before. I touched it again. This time, the feeling was less intense, though still a clear sensation of a cold, metallic hum. It was a strange contrast, this chilling stillness in the midst of a room that felt strangely electric. Was it my mind playing tricks on me? Was this some kind of elaborate, psychological nightmare? The thought offered a fragile comfort, a lifeline to the familiar world of rational explanation. Yet, the sheer, undeniable reality of the empty rooms, the unnerving emptiness, stubbornly resisted this rationalization. I stumbled back into the living room, my hands flying to my face, my fingers tracing the contours of my own skull, as if searching for an external explanation for the madness unfolding around me. Each touch, each tentative exploration, only served to intensify the feeling of disconnect. The emptiness was not just visual, it was visceral, a hole ripped in the fabric of my reality. It was as if the room itself had been erased, deleted from the world, its contents swallowed by some unseen force. The previously present textures and materials replaced by something far more chilling, the emptiness. The void. The absence. Suddenly, I was overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness. The room seemed to spin, the walls wavering, their previously cold solidity dissolving into a hazy, shimmering instability. The chilling hum intensified, turning into a cacophony of unsettling frequencies. I staggered, reaching out for something, anything, to anchor myself in this destabilizing reality, only to find nothing but empty space. Then, as quickly as it began, the dizziness subsided. And, with it, the room seemed to rematerialize. The furniture, still cold to the touch, yet solid and real, appeared as if summoned by some unseen force. The armchair was back, the bookshelves restocked, the television stand, with its lifeless screen, stood once more. The sense of shock was so overwhelming that I dropped to my knees, heart pounding in my chest, hyperventilating in the suddenly too loud silence. It was as if the empty space was some kind of temporal anomaly, a pocket of absence, then filled again. But by what? And what was the source of the power behind these terrifying events? I examined the objects more closely. The texture of the armchair felt different, almost plasticky. The books looked slightly off, their pages seemingly lacking that aged quality I had always found comforting. Was it my imagination, or had they become slightly altered? The fear was more profound than the initial physical shock. This wasn't simply a psychological breakdown, it was a violation of reality. The world, once solid and familiar, now seemed malleable, prone to inexplicable shifts and disappearances. The rules of existence had been rewritten, the familiar order disrupted by a terrifying, unseen intelligence. And this unsettling experience, the room that repeatedly emptied and filled, was only the beginning. The true nature of the threat remained elusive, a chilling, unknowable entity lurking in the shadows, a silent predator watching from the other side of the veil. A cold dread seeped into my bones, solidifying the knowledge that this was not merely a frightening anomaly but the prelude to something far, far worse. The game was afoot, and I was only a pawn in a terrifying game I didn't understand. The empty room was just the beginning of my terrifying journey into the heart of the unknown. The empty room, a terrifying glimpse into a world beyond comprehension, where the very fabric of reality was as fragile and unreliable as a whispered secret in the wind. The initial shock gave way to a chilling resolve. I needed answers, and the empty room, despite its terrifying implications, was the only clue I had. I began a methodical search, meticulously examining every inch of the apartment, hoping to find some trace, some indication of what had caused this terrifying disruption of reality. My hands, still trembling slightly, ran along the walls, feeling for any inconsistencies, any sign of tampering. The walls themselves seemed off. Not in a way I could articulate, but a subtle difference in texture, a barely perceptible shift in the way the paint seemed to absorb the light. My investigation led me to the electrical panel. I hesitated, remembering the electric shock I had received earlier, the chilling hum that still vibrated faintly in my bones. Yet, the possibility that this was an electrical anomaly, however far-fetched, offered a sliver of hope, a potential explanation for the impossible events. I cautiously opened the panel, the metallic scent of electricity sharp in the air. The wiring appeared normal, the circuits intact. However, a faint, almost imperceptible shimmer seemed to emanate from one of the wires, a subtle flicker that was only visible at the periphery of my vision. I touched it cautiously. A mild tingle, less intense than before, yet still undeniably present, shot up my arm. The shimmer intensified when I touched the wire, briefly illuminating the surrounding area in a ghostly, ethereal light before vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. It was as if the wire itself was a conduit for some unseen energy, a pathway to a reality beyond my comprehension. My heart pounded in my chest as a chilling thought crept into my mind. This wasn't simply a malfunction, it was a deliberate manipulation of reality. Frustration gnawed at me. My scientific background, usually a source of comfort and understanding, now seemed utterly inadequate in the face of this inexplicable phenomenon. I consulted my notes, reviewing the readings from the EMF meter I had used earlier. The readings had been erratic, spiking wildly before the room emptied and then returning to normal, a chaotic pattern that defied rational explanation. I spent hours poring over scientific journals, searching for any mention of similar occurrences, any documented instances of reality bending or temporal anomalies. My search yielded nothing. The scientific community, it seemed, had no explanation for this kind of event. The silence of academia was, in its own way, as terrifying as the empty room itself. The apartment remained stubbornly normal, the furniture stubbornly in place. But the memory of the emptiness, the visceral feeling of the void, clung to me like a persistent shadow. It was as if a part of me remained trapped in that empty space, a phantom limb aching for a reality that no longer existed. Sleep offered no escape. My dreams were plagued by images of the empty room, its chilling void expanding, consuming everything in its path. I would wake in a cold sweat, heart racing, the unsettling hum resonating in my ears. The line between reality and nightmare blurred, creating a perpetual state of unease, a constant feeling of impending doom. Days turned into weeks. The initial shock subsided, replaced by a grim determination to unravel the mystery. I expanded my investigation, questioning neighbors, searching for any witnesses, any clue that could shed light on these inexplicable events. My inquiries met with blank stares, shrugs of dismissal. It was as if the events themselves had been erased from the collective memory, a silent conspiracy of forgetfulness. The more I investigated, the deeper the mystery seemed to become. Each answer led to a new question, each clue a path into a labyrinthine maze of uncertainty. The empty room was not a standalone incident. It was a symptom, a manifestation of something far larger, something far more sinister. I began to suspect that the empty room was connected to the strange occurrences I had witnessed in the past, the flickering lights, the unsettling vibrations, the feeling of being watched. It was all part of a larger pattern, a carefully orchestrated dance of subtle manipulations and terrifying disruptions of reality. The constant low hum persisted, a background noise to my life, a constant reminder of the unseen forces at play. It was a maddening, unsettling sound that burrowed its way into my very being, creating a state of perpetual tension, a constant feeling of imminent threat. The investigation had taken its toll. My sleep was erratic, my appetite diminished, my mind perpetually consumed by the unsettling mystery. The rational part of me struggled to maintain control, the fear a constant, gnawing presence. Yet, the determination to understand, to uncover the truth, burned brighter than the fear, giving me the strength to press on, despite the mounting terror. One evening, while reviewing my notes, a subtle pattern emerged. The events, seemingly random, followed a specific sequence, a cyclical pattern that hinted at a deliberate, almost ritualistic manipulation of reality. The time intervals between the empty room occurrences, the duration of the emptiness, the strength of the electric hum, all of these seemingly arbitrary factors pointed to a hidden code. The code was unsettling, a mathematical sequence that echoed the Fibonacci sequence but with chilling alterations. It was a cryptic message, a language of the uncanny, a form of communication that spoke of a reality beyond human comprehension. This mathematical sequence appeared to be some kind of a countdown, a clock ticking towards some ominous event. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. This wasn't just a random occurrence, it was a calculated event, part of a larger, terrifying plan. I was not simply witnessing reality bending, I was being manipulated, played like a pawn in a game I didn't understand, a game orchestrated by an entity whose motives remained terrifyingly unknown. The emptiness was not just a void in space, but a void in time, a rupture in the fabric of reality designed to serve some unknown but deeply disturbing purpose. The fear intensified, no longer just a vague unease, but the cold dread of an impending doom that threatened to shatter my reality. The unsettling hum, now a constant companion, was the sound of a countdown, a chilling symphony announcing the arrival of an unimaginable terror. The game had just begun, and I was trapped, powerless, and alone. The empty room was only a terrifying prologue to something far, far worse. The Fibonacci sequence, twisted and warped, haunted my waking hours and invaded my dreams. It wasn't just numbers, it was a chilling rhythm, a heartbeat of something ancient and malevolent. Each repetition of the sequence felt like a tightening noose, a countdown to an unknown, terrifying climax. The hum intensified, vibrating not just in my ears but deep within my bones, a constant, oppressive presence. It was a sound of anticipation, a sinister lullaby heralding the arrival of something unspeakable. Sleep offered no respite. My dreams were a grotesque tapestry woven from fragments of the empty room, the distorted Fibonacci sequence flashing before my eyes like a malevolent strobe light. Faces appeared, distorted and fleeting, their features shifting like liquid mercury, always just out of reach of clear perception. The hum permeated my dreams, a malevolent undercurrent, growing louder, more insistent with each passing night. I woke gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, the room swimming in a disorienting, hallucinatory haze. Desperate, I delved deeper into the occult, a realm I had previously dismissed as superstition. My scientific mind recoiled at the implications, yet the escalating nature of the events forced me to consider possibilities that previously would have seemed absurd. I spent days poring over dusty tomes filled with forgotten rituals and archaic symbols, seeking any connection to the sequence, any mention of a similar phenomenon. The text spoke of entities beyond human comprehension, of realities that existed alongside our own, unseen, yet capable of manipulating our world in ways that defied scientific explanation. The books described rituals designed to open portals to these other realms, rituals that involved precise sequences, carefully orchestrated movements, and precise mathematical calculations. One particular ritual, described in a tattered manuscript penned in a language I barely understood, struck a chilling chord. The descriptions aligned with the sequence I had deciphered from the empty room phenomenon, the altered Fibonacci sequence acting as a key, a gateway to something profoundly terrifying. Fear twisted into a morbid fascination. The line between rational investigation and reckless curiosity blurred. I found myself drawn into the world of the occult, impelled by a desperate need for answers, even if those answers held the potential to destroy my sanity. I began to suspect that the empty room wasn't just a void in space, but a focal point, a nexus of energy connecting our reality to something far more sinister. The altered Fibonacci sequence was not just a countdown, but a summoning, an invitation to something beyond human understanding. The humming grew stronger, its frequency shifting subtly, almost imperceptibly, yet its effect was palpable. My nerves frayed, my senses heightened to an almost unbearable level. The air crackled with unseen energy, a tangible weight pressing down on me, a suffocating sense of impending doom. My apartment, once a safe haven, felt like a prison, the walls closing in on me, the space growing smaller, more oppressive with each passing hour. Then came the changes in the apartment itself. At first, they were subtle, almost imperceptible shifts. The paintings on the wall seemed to subtly alter, their colors deepening or fading, their subjects shifting ever so slightly. The shadows danced and writhed, assuming grotesque shapes and configurations. The furniture seemed to rearrange itself, subtly shifting position, as if moved by unseen hands. The changes were so gradual, so insidious, that it took days for me to fully grasp the extent of the alterations. The more I observed, the clearer the pattern became. The changes weren't random, they followed the altered Fibonacci sequence. Each shift, each alteration, correlated with the next number in the sequence, as if the apartment itself was a living testament to the countdown. The walls themselves seemed to breathe, their texture shifting, their color pulsating with a sickly, ethereal glow. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of ozone and decay, a nauseating aroma that choked my lungs and filled my mind with an oppressive dread. The physical manifestations intensified. Objects moved on their own accord, books falling from shelves, pictures tumbling from their frames, glasses shattering without apparent cause. Whispers slithered through the air, unintelligible murmurs that seemed to burrow into my subconscious, insinuating doubt, fear, and paranoia. The shadows thickened, becoming more substantial, more menacing, assuming shapes that preyed on my deepest fears. Sleep became a torturous nightmare, a descent into a waking hell. The line between reality and hallucination dissolved, leaving me adrift in a sea of paranoia and terror. I saw faces in the shadows, felt cold hands on my skin, heard voices whispering my name in tones of chilling malevolence. The altered Fibonacci sequence pulsed before my eyes, mocking me, a relentless reminder of the approaching doom. The hum reached a deafening crescendo, a cacophony of discordant frequencies that threatened to shatter my sanity. The constant vibration made the very air vibrate, the room itself resonating with the rhythm of the countdown. The empty room's void became a palpable presence, a gaping maw in the fabric of reality, reaching out to consume me. I could feel its pull, a gravitational force of the uncanny that tugged at my very soul. The emptiness itself was spreading, not just in the apartment but within me, hollowing me out, stripping me of my identity, of my very sense of self. I was becoming the void, consumed by the darkness of the empty room. One night, as the altered Fibonacci sequence reached its climax, the humming intensified to a point of unbearable pain. The apartment pulsed with energy, the walls glowing with an eerie, unearthly light. The shadows coalesced into grotesque figures that danced and writhed, twisting and contorting in a macabre ballet of terror. The air crackled with power, the very fabric of reality seeming to unravel, to tear at the seams. Then, silence. A deafening, absolute silence, a silence that was more terrifying than any sound could ever be. The silence was broken only by the rhythmic beating of my own heart, a frantic drumbeat in the midst of a cosmic void. The apartment was still, unnervingly still. The empty room, however, remained stubbornly empty, its emptiness now imbued with a different quality, a chilling emptiness that held the promise of something far worse than mere nothingness. The countdown was over, but the true horror had yet to begin. The altered Fibonacci sequence had served its purpose, and a new chapter in my nightmare had just opened. The chilling implications of what might emerge from the void of the empty room filled me with a dread more profound than any I had ever known. The game wasn't over, it had merely reached a terrifying new stage. Armed with a flickering oil lamp and a heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird, I approached the empty room. The silence that preceded my entrance was a suffocating entity, pressing down on me, heavy and expectant. The air hung thick and still, devoid of the usual hum that had become the soundtrack to my waking nightmare. This absence was, in its own way, more terrifying than the relentless drone. It felt like the breath held before a cataclysmic event. The door creaked open, the sound echoing unnervingly in the oppressive stillness. I stepped across the threshold, the cold seeping into my bones. The room remained stubbornly, terrifyingly empty. No furniture, no objects, not even dust motes danced in the weak light of my lamp. It was a void, a chasm in the fabric of reality, and I stood on its precipice, a single, trembling figure facing the unknown. My scientific mind, usually my bastion of logic and reason, crumbled under the weight of this surreal experience. Years of research, of meticulously documented experiments, of unwavering faith in the principles of cause and effect, all felt futile in the face of this inexplicable void. This wasn't a scientific anomaly, it was something far beyond the realm of human understanding, a violation of the very laws that governed my existence. I circled the room, my footsteps echoing softly, the sound amplified by the unnatural stillness. I ran my hand along the cold, smooth wall, searching for some clue, some indication of the source of this unsettling anomaly. The wall felt strangely alive. A subtle pulsation, a faint vibration, resonated beneath my fingertips, a low thrum that seemed to emanate from within the very structure of the building. Suddenly, a whisper brushed against my ear, a sibilant sound that seemed to originate from nowhere and everywhere at once. It was a wordless sound, a slithering current of air that carried with it the chilling scent of ozone and decay, the same nauseating aroma that had permeated my apartment for the past weeks. My breath hitched in my throat, a cold fear gripping my heart. I spun around, my lamp swinging wildly, casting long, dancing shadows that writhed and contorted like grotesque creatures. But there was nothing there. No one. Just the empty room, mocking me with its unnerving stillness. The whisper came again, this time closer, more insistent, a chilling breath on my neck. I felt a presence, a palpable entity, pressing against me, an unseen force that was both terrifying and strangely alluring. Then, the shadows began to move. They pulsed, they shifted, they coalesced into forms that resembled faces, eyes, hands, grotesque parodies of humanity that twisted and writhed like nightmares given form. My heart pounded in my chest, a frantic drum against the backdrop of the silent room. The forms approached, their movements slow and deliberate, yet filled with a horrifying grace. Terror gave way to a strange fascination. These weren't simply shadows, they were manifestations of something far more sinister, far more ancient. They held an intelligence, a malevolence that chilled me to the core. They seemed to be drawn to me, reaching out, their shadowy limbs extending towards me like grasping claws. I backed away, my feet stumbling over nothing, the cold floor sending shivers up my spine. The shadows pursued, their forms growing more distinct, their features sharpening into grotesque parodies of human faces. Their eyes, burning with an eerie, internal light, fixed on me, their gaze filled with an ancient and profound hatred. The entities advanced, and I was paralyzed by fear, a prisoner in my own mind. Their movements seemed to defy the laws of physics. They flowed through the walls, across the floor, their forms shifting and changing, yet maintaining a constant, malevolent intent. Their presence was overwhelming, a suffocating weight that pressed down on me, threatening to crush me into the nothingness that surrounded them. A terrifying realization dawned on me. I wasn't just facing the shadows, they were a manifestation of the emptiness itself. The void wasn't simply a physical absence, it was a negative space, a source of unimaginable power and horror. The Fibonacci sequence, the hum, the alterations to my apartment, they were all merely preparations, a ritualistic summoning of the entities from the void. As one of the shadowy figures lunged, I reacted instinctively, raising my lamp and striking out. The oil lamp smashed against the phantom surface, shattering with a loud crack that echoed deafeningly in the silent room. The oil splashed against the floor, briefly illuminating the grotesque figures, only to be extinguished in an instant, plunging me once again into absolute darkness. Panic seized me, a primal, desperate fear that drove me to scramble backward, blindly thrashing my way out of the room, stumbling and falling against the wall. I scrambled to my feet, finally breaking free from the clutches of the empty room, the door slamming shut behind me, the oppressive silence of the room abruptly cut off by the familiar sounds of my apartment. But the relief was fleeting. I was left trembling, gasping for breath, the horrific images seared onto my retinas. The encounter had left an indelible mark on my soul, a chilling reminder of the terrifying power that lay dormant within the empty room. The countdown may have ended, but the game was far from over. The void was still there, lurking just beyond the threshold, waiting. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that it would not remain dormant for long. The entities were not vanquished, they had merely retreated, biding their time, gathering their strength for their next strike. And I, their unwitting summoner, was now their sole target. The true horror, the terrifying climax, was still to come. The emptiness would not be satisfied with a single offering. The immediate aftermath was a blur of frantic breaths and pounding heart. My hand shook uncontrollably, leaving greasy smudges on the worn wood of the door frame as I leaned against it, trying to regain some semblance of control. The scent of ozone and decay still clung to the air, a phantom smell that seemed to burrow into my nostrils, a constant, nauseating reminder of the horrors I had just witnessed. The silence of my apartment, usually a source of comfort, now felt strangely oppressive, a stark contrast to the suffocating stillness of the empty room. I stumbled back into the living room, the familiar surroundings offering little solace. My apartment, once a haven, now felt tainted, infected by the invisible tendrils of the void. Every shadow seemed to ride, every creak of the floorboards a potential harbinger of the return of the entities. My meticulously ordered research notes, once a source of pride and intellectual comfort, now lay scattered, discarded amidst the chaos, a testament to the complete dismantling of my rational world. The Fibonacci sequence, the carefully plotted graph tracing the escalating anomaly, it all seemed laughably insignificant now, a child's scribble in the face of an ancient, cosmic horror. The hum, once a background annoyance, was now hauntingly silent, replaced by the oppressive weight of a terrifying unknown. My scientific mind, my shield against the unknown, lay shattered, reduced to a useless pile of broken theories and shattered assumptions. The oil lamp lay in pieces on the floor, its extinguished wick a stark symbol of my own extinguished hope. I tried to rationalize what I had seen, to dismiss it as a hallucination, a product of sleep deprivation and stress, but the visceral reality of the experience defied such simple explanations. The cold, the pulsating wall, the chilling whispers, the grotesque shadows, these were not figments of an overactive imagination. They were real. Terrifyingly real. Days bled into weeks, each sunrise bringing with it a renewed wave of terror. Sleep offered little respite, replaced by vivid, nightmarish replays of the encounter, the shadowy forms contorting and twisting in my subconscious. I found myself constantly scanning the periphery, expecting the grotesque parodies to materialize from the shadows. The feeling of being watched, of being hunted, became a constant companion, a shadow that clung to me, even in the brightest daylight. My work, my life's passion, was abandoned. The research notes, the meticulous calculations, all held no meaning anymore. The hum of scientific curiosity was replaced by a pervasive dread, a crippling fear that paralyzed my thought processes. I found myself unable to focus on anything, my mind perpetually consumed by the imagery of the empty room, the grotesque entities, and their chilling gaze. I tried to talk to others, to share my experience, but my words failed me. How could I explain the inexplicable? How could I articulate the sheer, unadulterated terror of facing the void, of encountering something so profoundly alien, so utterly beyond human comprehension? My attempts to convey the reality of my experience were met with pity, skepticism, or worse, outright dismissal. I was becoming isolated, adrift in a sea of disbelief and growing despair. My apartment, once a sanctuary, became a prison. The shadows within its walls seemed to mock my fear, growing longer, darker, more menacing with each passing day. The air remained heavy with the stench of ozone and decay, a constant, suffocating reminder of the nightmare that I could not escape. My once orderly world was in ruins, reduced to a wasteland of shattered dreams and paralyzing fear. One night, I found myself staring into the empty space where the oil lamp had once stood, its shattered remains gathering dust, a chilling epitaph to the night I faced the void. The emptiness in the room seemed to have seeped into my own being, an echoing void mirroring the desolation in my soul. The Fibonacci sequence, the hum, the altered apartment, they were the prelude, the summoning ritual, and now I was paying the price. I was trapped in a horrifying game, the rules of which were utterly unknown. The entities, the manifestations of the emptiness, were not vanquished. They were merely biding their time, feeding off my fear, drawing strength from my growing despair. I was their unwitting summoner, and I was now their sole target. The empty room was not just a physical space, it was a gateway, a portal to something far beyond human comprehension. The countdown had ended, but the game had just begun. The entities, these grotesque parodies of humanity, were not gone. They were lurking, waiting for the right moment to strike again. And I, consumed by an overwhelming sense of dread, knew that the terrifying climax was still to come. The void was insatiable, and it would not be satisfied with a single offering. My fear was its sustenance, my despair its power. And I, the unwilling summoner, was the ultimate sacrifice. The unresolved mystery gnawed at me, a constant, agonizing presence. What was the true nature of the empty room? What were the entities, these grotesque manifestations of the void? And more importantly, what was their purpose? What were they waiting for? The unanswered questions haunted me, each one a chilling reminder of the terrifying power that lay dormant, waiting to be unleashed. The silence of my apartment was no longer a comfort, it was a pregnant pause, the anticipation before the inevitable. The game was far from over, and I, the unwitting player, was trapped in a horrifying narrative that had only just begun to unfold. The emptiness was not a physical space, it was a state of being, a terrifying reflection of the void within myself. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that this was only the beginning. The true horror lay ahead, lurking just beyond the veil of reality, waiting to consume me entirely. The nightmare had only just begun. Story 4, The Unseen Watcher. The feeling started subtly, a prickling at the nape of my neck, a phantom touch on my skin that I couldn't quite place. It wasn't a cold, it wasn't a breeze, but something far more unsettling, a pervasive sense of being observed, of being the subject of unseen eyes. At first, I dismissed it as stress, a side effect of the relentless pursuit of answers that had consumed the last several months. After all, I was living alone, in a quiet apartment building, miles away from the nearest neighbor. But the feeling persisted, growing stronger, more insidious with each passing day. It began in the quiet moments, the spaces between thoughts, the intervals between breaths. I'd be reading, immersed in a dense academic text, and a sudden chill would ripple down my spine, a feeling of being watched from the periphery of my vision. I'd glance around, searching for a source, but the room would be empty, bathed in the soft glow of my desk lamp. The shadows seemed to deepen, to pulse with a life of their own, but there was nothing there. It was purely a sensation, a visceral certainty that I was not alone, that I was the focus of some unseen gaze. My apartment, once a sanctuary, a space of order and intellectual pursuit, became a prison of my own making. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of the curtains, became amplified, interpreted as potential signs of an unseen presence. The quiet hum of the refrigerator, once a background noise, now seemed to pulse with a sinister rhythm, a heartbeat in the darkness. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to lengthen, to reach out with malevolent tendrils, their forms shifting and morphing with each passing moment. Sleep offered little respite. My dreams were plagued by the same oppressive sense of being watched, of being hunted. I'd find myself in vast, empty landscapes, perpetually pursued by figures I could never quite see, their presence implied by the cold breath on my neck, the rustling leaves, the snapping twigs. When I woke, the feeling lingered, a dark cloud that followed me into the waking world, clinging to me like a second skin. During the day, the feeling manifested differently, a creeping paranoia that tainted every interaction, every casual glance. I found myself scrutinizing the faces of strangers, searching for signs of recognition, of complicity, suspecting hidden meanings in their most innocuous gestures. Even the familiar faces of friends and colleagues seemed to carry a subtle undercurrent of suspicion, their gazes lingering too long, their smiles seeming strained and artificial. My work, once a source of solace, a refuge from the chaos of my mind, became another battleground for my growing paranoia. The simple act of reading research papers became a laborious process, each word scrutinized for hidden messages, each sentence dissected for subtextual meanings. I'd find myself tracing patterns in the data, looking for signs of deliberate manipulation, convinced that someone was pulling strings behind the scenes, controlling my every move. The rational part of my mind, the part that relied on evidence and logic, struggled to cope with the irrationality of my fears. I tried to rationalize the feeling, to dismiss it as anxiety, as a consequence of stress and sleep deprivation. But the visceral reality of the feeling, the unshakable certainty that I was being watched, defied all attempts at logical explanation. I started to document my experiences, meticulously recording every instance of the feeling, every moment of paranoia, every unusual occurrence. I filled notebooks with my observations, creating a detailed chronicle of my descent into madness. The notes, once a tool of intellectual inquiry, became a testament to my failing sanity. Each entry reflected a deepening sense of isolation, a growing dread that settled like a shroud around my heart. The feeling intensified when I was alone, but it didn't entirely disappear when I was around others. In crowded places, the anonymity of the crowd seemed to amplify the feeling, a sense of being subtly watched amongst thousands of faces, a silent observer within a silent majority. The notion that my experience was entirely personal became more and more unlikely with time. The feeling permeated my existence. I started to alter my routines. I would take the stairs, expecting my pursuer at every turning. I used different routes to the supermarket, scrutinizing the movements of the people behind me. My sleep deteriorated even further, replaced with nightmarish visions of inescapable eyes in the darkness, judging, following, always present. Food became a problem. I could not consume anything without a pervasive feeling that I was being poisoned, manipulated. The mere act of eating became another act of self-preservation. I would meticulously inspect all the food I purchased before ever considering consumption, making my everyday survival another grueling mental game. I isolated myself even further. Social gatherings became too challenging to contemplate, replacing the feeling of safety with intensified anxiety. I avoided mirrors, fearing that I would look upon another face entirely in the reflection, a face reflecting the torment within. The feeling that I was being watched wasn't just a feeling anymore, it was a palpable presence, an entity that permeated every aspect of my being, shaping my thoughts, dictating my actions, making every breath a conscious struggle. It was a battle for sanity, a struggle against the unseen, the unknown, the omnipresent gaze that threatened to consume me entirely. The fear was no longer a companion, it was a captor. And I was utterly alone in the struggle, adrift in a sea of paranoia and terror. My descent into this horrifying paranoia seemed unstoppable. There was no escape, no respite, only an ongoing battle with this pervasive feeling of being watched, a battle I seemed destined to lose. The scratching sound started subtly, a barely audible rasp against the wood of my window frame. At first, I dismissed it as the wind, a common occurrence in this old building. But it persisted, a rhythmic, insistent scraping that seemed to synchronize with my heartbeat, each scratch a tiny hammer blow against the fragile walls of my sanity. I found myself straining to hear it over the frantic drumming of my own pulse, a desperate attempt to rationalize the sound, to convince myself it was nothing more than the product of an overactive imagination. But the rationalizations felt hollow, flimsy, easily torn apart by the persistent scratching. Sleep became a battlefield. Even when my eyes were closed, the scratching continued, a relentless soundtrack to my nightmares. I dreamed of shadows that stretched and contorted, of figures lurking just beyond the periphery of my vision, their presence implied by the chilling rasp against the wood. I woke in a cold sweat, my heart pounding, the scratching still echoing in my ears, only to discover that the window was tightly shut, but would untouched. The paranoia deepened. Every creak of the floorboards, every sigh of the wind, every rustle of leaves outside my window became amplified, distorted, transformed into sinister signals of an unseen presence. I started to see patterns where there were none, to interpret innocuous sounds as deliberate attempts to communicate, to taunt, to unsettle. The world around me seemed to be conspiring against me, its random noises deliberately orchestrated to drive me to the brink of madness. My apartment, once a refuge, now felt like a cage, a prison constructed of my own fears. I barricaded myself inside, drawing the curtains, switching off the lights, attempting to create a sanctuary from the unseen forces that seemed to be closing in. But the darkness only amplified the feeling, the silence only intensified the scratching, the stillness only heightened the awareness of the unseen presence. Days bled into nights, the line between reality and nightmare blurring. My sense of time eroded, replaced by a relentless cycle of fear, anxiety, and exhaustion. The act of eating became a grotesque ritual, each bite taken with a profound sense of dread, the taste of fear contaminating my food. Even drinking water seemed dangerous, each drop a potential poison, a calculated act of aggression from unseen enemies. The mirror became my enemy. I avoided it, afraid of what I might see reflected back, a haunted face, the reflection of the creeping madness that was consuming me. Even the familiar image of my own reflection had become a source of intense discomfort, the possibility of a fleeting change, a sinister shift that would betray my ever-eroding sanity. My once familiar face was now a foreign entity. I began to suspect everyone. The friendly smiles of my neighbors seemed insincere, their casual conversations laced with hidden threats. The casual glances of strangers in the street became hostile stares, their silence a menacing consensus. The world had transformed into a silent, watchful conspiracy, its members unified in their efforts to torment and destroy me. The rational part of my mind, the part that clung to logic and reason, struggled to maintain its hold. It whispered that these fears were irrational, the product of stress, sleep deprivation, and an overactive imagination. But the rational voice was weak, overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of fear, its whispers drowned out by the persistent scratching, the relentless shadows, the ever-present feeling of being watched. I found myself speaking to myself, muttering reassurances, trying to stave off the creeping sense of madness. But my words were hollow, devoid of conviction, unable to penetrate the impenetrable wall of fear that had become my prison. The words offered no comfort, only a deepening sense of isolation and despair. The scratching intensified. It was no longer a mere rasp, but a series of sharp, insistent scrapes, as if something was trying to claw its way through the window, to reach me, to drag me into the darkness. I pressed my ear against the glass, listening to the unsettling sound, trying to discern the source, attempting to understand the nature of the presence that seemed to be tormenting me. The sounds were a symphony of terror, each scrape a nail scratching at my sanity. I started to leave notes for myself, desperate attempts to maintain a grip on reality, to preserve a fragment of my sanity in the face of relentless terror. The notes, scrawled in shaky handwriting, documented my descent into madness, a record of my increasingly desperate attempts to understand and conquer the terror that consumed me. These notes were desperate attempts to regain some control in my life. Days melted into nights, the days devoid of any form of comfort or respite. The darkness brought no peace, only a constant stream of intrusive thoughts, whispers, and nightmares. The notes were a testament to my fear, my escalating paranoia. The notes recorded my experiences, the scratching, the shadows, and the unbearable feeling of being watched, a meticulous diary of my unraveling mind. They documented my every thought, action, and feeling, a horrifying testament to the growing rift between reality and illusion. The scratching stopped. The silence was even more terrifying than the sound. It was the silence of anticipation, the quiet before the storm, the suffocating stillness that preceded a descent into unimaginable horror. In that silence, the feeling of being watched intensified, the unseen presence became more palpable, more real. The unseen gaze burned into me, a searing sensation that extended beyond the physical, a penetration of my very soul. And then, a new sound emerged, a low, guttural growl, a sound that seemed to emanate from the very walls of my apartment, a sound that confirmed my worst fears, a sound that assured me that I was not alone, and that my tormentor was very real and very close. The growl continued, growing louder, closer, until it filled my ears, my mind, my very being. This new sound was the culmination of the terror I had been enduring for what felt like a lifetime. It was the ultimate confirmation of my fears. And as I succumbed to the horrifying realization, I knew, with a chilling certainty, that the unseen watcher had finally claimed me. The growl subsided, leaving behind an unnerving silence, a void filled only by the frantic pounding of my own heart. My breath hitched in my throat, each inhalation a ragged gasp, each exhalation a shuddering sigh. The unseen presence, once a subtle whisper of dread, had become a tangible weight, pressing down on me, suffocating me. I was trapped, ensnared in a web of fear woven from shadows and whispers, and the realization was both terrifying and strangely liberating. The unknown was no longer an abstract concept, but a palpable entity, a suffocating reality. I had to find the source, to understand the nature of this torment, to break free from its grasp. The rational part of my mind, the tiny flickering flame of logic, urged me on. It whispered that there had to be a logical explanation, a rational answer to this nightmarish reality. It suggested searching, investigating, finding the source of the sounds, the shadows, the feeling of being watched. My search began in my apartment, a familiar space now transformed into a labyrinth of fear. I meticulously examined every corner, every crevice, every shadow. I checked under the beds, inside the closets, behind the furniture. I found nothing. The silence was suffocating, the emptiness mocking my fear. My investigation expanded beyond the confines of my apartment. I examined the building's exterior, searching for cracks in the walls, loose boards, anything that could explain the scratching. I explored the surrounding neighborhood, venturing into the dark alleys and shadowed streets. The sense of being watched intensified, the unseen gaze like a cold hand on the back of my neck. Every rustle of leaves, every distant car door slamming, every whisper of wind, sent shivers down my spine, fueling my paranoia. I delved into the history of my building, searching for clues, for answers. I discovered that it was much older than I had initially believed, its history shrouded in mystery and whispers of unsettling events. Old newspapers revealed accounts of strange occurrences, unexplained disappearances, and rumors of a malevolent presence that haunted the structure. The stories spoke of unsettling noises, unexplained shadows, and the chilling feeling of being watched. The more I learned, the more convinced I became that I was not the first to experience this torment. My research led me to the city archives, where I spent hours poring over old documents and maps, searching for any information that might shed light on the history of my building and the strange happenings within its walls. I uncovered countless stories, each more disturbing than the last, stories of madness, despair, and unexplained deaths. The building, I realized, had a dark history, a legacy of fear and suffering. My own experiences, it seemed, were just the latest chapter in a long and unsettling saga. The more I learned, the more the line between reality and delusion blurred. Was I truly being watched, or was this all a manifestation of my own anxieties, a product of my own deteriorating mental state? The question tormented me, each passing moment a struggle against the creeping shadow of doubt. I started to document my findings, hoping that putting my experiences into words would bring some semblance of order to the chaos. The notes, once a testament to my fear, now became a means of understanding, a tool for investigation. I meticulously recorded every sound, every shadow, every unsettling event. Each entry was a step closer to understanding the source of my torment, a step closer to finding the answers I so desperately craved. The feeling of being watched intensified. It was no longer a vague sensation, but a constant, overwhelming presence, a suffocating weight that pressed down on me, hindering my every movement. I felt as though unseen eyes were constantly upon me, scrutinizing my every action, judging my every thought. The air crackled with an unspoken tension, the silence filled with an unspoken threat. The shadows seemed to deepen, the darkness more menacing. Sleep became a terrifying luxury, a descent into a realm of unspeakable horrors. My dreams were filled with unsettling imagery, cryptic symbols, and fleeting glimpses of something, or someone, lurking in the periphery of my vision. I would wake up in a cold sweat, the oppressive feeling of being watched lingering even in the daylight hours. My dreams became a horrifying reflection of my waking reality. I began to suspect that the unseen watcher was not merely observing me, but actively manipulating my environment, subtly altering things, leaving cryptic messages and seemingly random occurrences. A misplaced object, a flickering light, a strange noise, all seemed to be deliberate attempts to communicate, to taunt, to unsettle. The world around me seemed to be transforming into an elaborate game, a macabre puzzle designed to drive me to the brink of insanity. My search for answers led me down a path of increasingly unsettling discoveries, each new piece of information only deepening the mystery, intensifying the fear. The truth, I realized, was far more terrifying than I could ever have imagined. The boundaries between reality and nightmare were dissolving, and I was losing my grip on sanity. The unseen watcher, it seemed, was winning. The answers I sought were leading me down a terrifying path, closer to an understanding of a horror beyond my comprehension. The more I sought, the more terrifying the answer became. My attempts to rationalize my situation were failing, the logic eroding under the relentless assault of fear. The watcher was not merely watching, but guiding my actions, my descent into madness. The mystery intensified, pushing me deeper into the suffocating heart of terror, the chilling realization that the unseen watcher was a part of me, a manifestation of my own darkest fears. The fight was not just to find the answers, but to fight against my own crumbling sanity. The game was rigged, the lines were blurred, and I, the player, was losing. The unseen watcher had won. The city archives yielded more than just historical documents. They yielded fragments of a forgotten past, a past inextricably linked to my own unsettling present. Amongst dusty ledgers and yellowed newspapers, I found a faded photograph, a picture of a young boy, his face obscured by shadow, his eyes wide with a chilling familiarity. The inscription on the back read, Elias Thorne, 1923. The name sent a jolt through me. It resonated with a forgotten memory, a whisper from the deep recesses of my subconscious. Elias Thorne was my grandfather, a man I'd never known, a man whose existence had been erased from family history. My heart pounded in my chest as I delved deeper into the archives, seeking any mention of Elias Thorne. I discovered a series of entries in a handwritten journal, detailing his experiences in the very building where I now resided. His words were chillingly familiar, mirroring my own experiences with unnerving precision. He described the same unsettling noises, the same suffocating presence, the same feeling of being constantly watched. He spoke of shadows that moved on their own, whispers that slithered into his mind, and dreams that bled into his waking hours. The journal entries grew increasingly erratic, the handwriting becoming more frantic, the descriptions more vivid, more horrifying. Elias described a growing paranoia, a loss of control, a terrifying descent into madness. He spoke of a presence, an unseen watcher that seemed to feed on his fear, manipulating his environment, twisting his perception of reality. He wrote of a game, a cruel and terrifying game played by an entity beyond his comprehension, an entity that seemed to be both within and outside of him. One entry stood out, etched in bold, frantic strokes. It is in the mirror. It is always watching. It is me. A cold dread gripped me, a bone-deep chill that ran from the tips of my toes to the crown of my head. The unseen watcher wasn't some external entity. It was a reflection, a distorted fragment of my own subconscious, a manifestation of my inherited trauma, a legacy passed down through generations. The watcher was not merely observing me, it was a part of me, a dark passenger in the vehicle of my own mind, a distorted reflection of my familial history. The mirroring effect extended beyond a mere visual resemblance. It was a psychological mirroring, reflecting the same fears, the same anxieties, the same descent into madness that plagued my grandfather. The realization was both terrifying and liberating. The fear, while still intense, was now focused, less abstract. I was no longer battling an unknown entity, but a part of myself, a distorted fragment of my heritage that I could potentially confront and, perhaps, even conquer. The horror resided not in some external malevolence, but in the horrifying potential within myself, a twisted mirroring of my ancestors' tragic fate. The unseen watcher was not an external force, but a reflection of my own inner demons, a legacy of fear inherited through generations. Armed with this knowledge, I revisited my apartment, the familiar space now infused with a newfound clarity. The shadows no longer seemed menacing, they were merely shadows. The noises were not whispers of an unseen entity, but the creaks and groans of an old building. The feeling of being watched was still present, but it was different now. It was no longer a terrifying invasion, but a haunting echo of my own deepest fears, a constant reminder of my familial inheritance of dread. I confronted the mirror, the object of Elias's final, desperate entry. I stared into my own reflection, searching for the unsettling gleam in my grandfather's eyes, the subtle distortion that hinted at the lurking presence. I saw myself, my own tired eyes, my haggard face, the reflection of a man battling his own demons. But there was nothing more. Or so I thought. As I continued to stare, the reflection began to shift, ever so subtly. The image flickered, distorted, like a poorly tuned television set. A shadow, barely perceptible at first, began to creep into the corners of the mirror, spreading, consuming the edges of my reflection. It was a darkness that seemed to emanate from within, a darkness that I recognized as a part of myself. The change was gradual, almost imperceptible, but undeniable. My reflection began to morph, its features becoming elongated, distorted, the eyes widening, growing darker, more hollow. The shadow intensified, engulfing my image, until the reflection was no longer my own. It was a twisted caricature, a horrifying amalgamation of my own features and something else. Something ancient, something malevolent. Something undeniably familiar. The transformation was complete. The reflection stared back at me, eyes burning with a cold, malevolent light, a chilling echo of my grandfather's final, desperate plea. It was Elias, reborn, but twisted, a grotesque reflection of inherited trauma and a terrifying legacy of madness. It was a grotesque mirror image, a reflection not just of my physical appearance, but of the darkness that dwelled within, a darkness passed down through generations, a horrifying testament to the power of inherited trauma and the fragility of the human psyche. The unseen watcher was not an external force, but a manifestation of my own internal struggles, a horrifying echo of a past I never knew, but now carried within me. It was a part of me, a part one could no longer deny. The fight was no longer against an external entity, but a battle within myself, a battle for my sanity, my identity, and my very soul. The climax arrived not with a dramatic confrontation, but with a chilling realization. The fight was a deeply personal one, a descent into the depths of my own psyche, A battle to reclaim my identity from the clutches of a terrifying legacy. The unseen watcher was me, and I had to face myself, the true horror residing not in some external evil, but in the potential for darkness that lay dormant within. The fight was to reconcile with this darker aspect of myself, to find a way to coexist with the echoes of a past that threatened to consume my present. The game was a fight for my own soul. The unseen watcher had won in that it had revealed itself, but the fight was far from over. The revelation was terrifying, but it was also a starting point. The journey to reclaim my sanity, my identity, began now. The fight had only just begun. The reflection remained, a constant, chilling presence in the periphery of my vision. Even when I averted my gaze, I felt its scrutiny, a weight on my chest, a prickling at the nape of my neck. Sleep offered no escape. The distorted visage haunted my dreams, its hollow eyes burning into my soul, its grotesque smile a silent mockery of my terror. The line between waking and dreaming blurred, the unseen watcher infiltrating every aspect of my existence. My apartment, once a refuge, became a prison, its every corner whispering with the echoes of a past I never knew. The creaks and groans of the old building morphed into whispers, the shadows danced with a malevolent intent, and the silence was thick with unspoken horrors. The days bled into nights, each one a descent into deeper despair. My work suffered, my relationships fractured under the strain of my unspoken torment. I tried to function normally, to maintain a semblance of normalcy, but the unseen watcher gnawed at the edges of my sanity, a relentless erosion of myself. Conversations felt hollow, laughter sounded forced, and even the simplest of tasks felt monumental. The joy had been leached from my life, replaced by a pervasive dread, a constant sense of impending doom. The world felt muted, as if viewed through a veil of gray, the vibrant colors of life drained away by the insidious presence that clung to me like a shroud. I sought help, of course. Therapists, psychiatrists, even spiritual advisors, each encounter proved futile. The unseen watcher, deeply entrenched within the labyrinth of my subconscious, remained impervious to their probing. They couldn't understand the specific horror I faced. It was too personal, too deeply ingrained in my ancestral history, too connected to a heritage of madness. My grandfather's journal became my sole companion, a macabre testament to a shared destiny. His words, his fears, his dissent, it was all mirrored in my own experiences, a terrifying confirmation of the inheritance I had been bestowed. The worst moments weren't the hallucinations or the physical manifestations of the watcher. It was the insidious whispers, the subtle manipulations, the creeping doubt that ate at my self-confidence. The unseen watcher didn't need grand displays of terror. It excelled at the slow, meticulous dismantling of the human spirit. It fed on my fear, amplified my insecurities, and twisted my perceptions until I questioned the very nature of reality. Was this all real? Or was I succumbing to madness, echoing the tragic fate of my grandfather? The uncertainty was a blade twisting in my gut, its sharpness intensifying with each passing moment. I started to document everything. Every whisper, every flicker of shadow, every unsettling sensation, meticulously catalogued in a worn leather-bound journal, a mirror to my grandfather's own. The journal entries became a form of self-therapy, a desperate attempt to make sense of the chaos engulfing me. The writing became frantic, the words a jumbled mess of fear, self-doubt, and horrifying revelations. It was a chronicle of my unraveling, a testament to the insidious power of the unseen watcher. The irony wasn't lost on me. I was documenting my own descent into madness, retracing my grandfather's steps with terrifying precision. I was following the same path, plagued by the same torment, driven by the same fear. It felt like a predetermined script, a family legacy of doom. The more I understood the Watcher, the more it seemed to know me, to anticipate my every move, to toy with my sanity. It was a terrifying chess game, a battle of wills played in the shadowy recesses of my mind, and I was losing. There were moments of clarity, fleeting glimpses of respite. Moments where the unseen watcher receded, allowing a sliver of normalcy to penetrate the darkness. These were brief reprieves, precious moments of peace in the midst of an ongoing storm. But they were always followed by an intensification of the torment, the unseen watcher returning with renewed vigor, eager to remind me of its constant presence, its unyielding power. One night, amidst the relentless onslaught of fear, I stumbled upon an old photograph tucked away in my grandfather's journal. It showed a young woman, her face partially obscured by shadow, her eyes bearing the same unsettling gleam I had observed in my reflection. The inscription read, Eleanor Thorne, 1905. Eleanor. My great-grandmother. The connection solidified, a chilling revelation. The unseen watcher wasn't merely a familial curse, it was a legacy passed down through generations, a malevolent entity tethered to my family line. The portraits in the old family albums, previously just forgotten ancestors, now seemed to stare back at me, their eyes reflecting the same chilling emptiness, the same haunting familiarity. It was a chilling gallery of the unseen watcher's victims, a spectral lineage of madness. The knowledge didn't bring relief, it only deepened the horror. I was not alone in this torment. The unseen watcher had plagued my family for generations, and I was its latest victim, a living testament to its enduring power. The fight wasn't just for my sanity, but for the souls of my ancestors, a battle against a centuries-old legacy of fear. The struggle intensified, the weight of generations pressing down on me, crushing me beneath its unbearable burden. The unseen watcher wasn't just a part of me, it was a culmination of inherited trauma, a monstrous echo of the past, an unstoppable force. In the end, I didn't conquer the unseen watcher. It remained, a constant, chilling presence that shaped my life, my perceptions, my reality. I learned to coexist with it, to negotiate a fragile truce with the darkness that resided within me. The fear never truly left, but it became a familiar companion, a constant reminder of the fragile boundary between sanity and madness, between reality and the terrifying unknown. The unseen watcher was a part of me, an inextricable fragment of my being, a legacy I would forever carry. The game hadn't ended, it simply changed its rules. The haunting whispers persisted, the shadows continued their silent dance, and the feeling of being watched was as constant as my breath. But I was still alive, still fighting, still clinging to the vestiges of sanity in the face of an unending nightmare. The unseen watcher was a part of me, and I was a part of it. And so it would remain, for eternity. Story 5, The Last Page. The final story was finished. The last sentence, a chilling whisper of dread, hung in the air, a tangible manifestation of the unsettling atmosphere I had painstakingly cultivated throughout the collection. 15 tales of psychological horror, each a descent into the uncanny, each a reflection of the shadowy corners of the human psyche. I leaned back in my chair, the worn leather creaking a mournful sigh under my weight, a sound strangely comforting in the silence of the late-night hour. The manuscript lay before me, a testament to months of relentless work, a dark tapestry woven from nightmares and anxieties. A sense of accomplishment, laced with a peculiar unease, settled over me. I ran a tired hand through my hair, the exhaustion a dull ache behind my eyes. The stories had consumed me, bled into my waking hours, haunted my dreams. The black-eyed children, the doppelgangers, the villages of identical strangers, they had become familiar companions, unsettling presences that lurked just beyond the edges of my perception. Now, with the final page written, a strange emptiness had descended, a void where the creative energy had once burned so fiercely. I closed the manuscript, the snap of the cover echoing in the stillness of the room. A sudden chill, unrelated to the autumn night pressing against the windows, snaked down my spine. I felt watched, observed by unseen eyes, a familiar sensation that had become an unwelcome companion during the writing process. It was the same unsettling feeling that had accompanied the creation of each story, a sense of being observed by something beyond the mundane, something malevolent. I rose from my chair, the floorboards groaning a protest under my weight. I went to the window, the city lights blurring into an indistinct watercolor of muted hues. The familiar prickling at the nape of my neck intensified. I turned away from the window, my gaze falling upon my grandfather's journal, resting on the bookshelf. The worn leather cover seemed to beckon, its pages whispering secrets. I picked up the journal, the weight familiar and comforting in my hands. Its pages were filled with his own chilling tales, his own descent into madness, his own encounters with the unseen. He had documented his experiences, his fears, his unraveling, a chilling precursor to my own. The journal had become my muse, a wellspring of inspiration for my own work, a dark inheritance passed down through generations. But tonight, as I held the journal, a sense of dread, sharper than before, pierced through the familiar unease. I opened the journal, its yellowed pages brittle with age. The familiar spidery script greeted me, each word a step further into the abyss. As I read, a sense of disorientation washed over me. The familiar stories, the recurring motifs, the descriptions of the unseen watcher, they were subtly different. There were inconsistencies, details that hadn't been in my grandfather's previous entries. New passages, new terrors, woven into the familiar narrative. A cold dread, sharper than ever before, gripped my heart. I reread the passages, each word a chilling confirmation of my suspicions. The details were too specific, too personal. They mirrored details from my own stories, phrases, and descriptions that I had only recently crafted, details I hadn't shared with anyone. The unseen watcher, the entity my grandfather and I had battled, wasn't just an inspiration, it was a collaborator. My breath hitched in my throat. The stories, my stories, weren't merely reflections of my fears, they were conduits. They were vessels through which the unseen watcher communicated, shaping my narrative, influencing my creativity, feeding off my fears. The journal wasn't merely a collection of my grandfather's experiences, it was a shared diary, a testament to a horrifying collaboration between generations, between man and something else. A wave of nausea washed over me. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. My stories, my creations, were not my own. They were the whispers of something ancient, something malevolent, something that had used me as a vessel to manifest its terrors. The fear wasn't just a creative tool, it was fuel, a lifeblood for a creature beyond my comprehension. The journal fell from my hands, the pages fluttering to the floor like fallen leaves. The room felt colder, the silence heavier, the shadows more menacing. I stumbled back, the chilling truth clinging to me like a shroud. I had unwittingly become a conduit, a scribe for a malevolent entity, a willing participant in a horrifying, intergenerational pact. My collection of horror stories, a testament to my creativity, now stood as a chilling testament to something far more sinister. It was a compendium of horrors not merely imagined, but experienced, channeled, and amplified through me, a living vessel for the unseen watcher. The stories, the tales of dread, were no longer fiction. They were a chilling chronicle of a reality far more terrifying than anything I could have conjured in my wildest nightmares. The unseen watcher had not only inspired my work, it had crafted it, used my fears, my creativity, my very soul, to weave its tapestry of terror. The line between author and creation, between reality and fiction, had blurred beyond recognition, dissolving into a horrifying unity of dread. The stories were not mine to tell, they had always been its stories, and I was merely its voice. The manuscript, my life's work, now lay on the desk, a testament to a terrifying partnership. It was a culmination of a legacy of fear, a haunting record of a collaboration that had transcended generations, a sinister testament to an unseen entity that had found the perfect vessel for its unending nightmares. The horror wasn't in the stories themselves, it was in the realization that they were never mine, never entirely of my own creation. The chilling truth, far more terrifying than any fictional horror, was that I had only ever been a conduit, an unwitting participant in an ancient, terrifying pact. The stories were its legacy, its truth, and I was forever bound to it. The final page wasn't an ending, but a chilling beginning. The unseen watcher had one. And the haunting whispers continued. The weight of the revelation pressed down on me, a crushing burden that stole the breath from my lungs. The journal, my grandfather's chilling legacy, lay abandoned on the floor, its pages scattered like fallen leaves, each a testament to a horrifying truth. It wasn't just inspiration, it was a collaboration, a sinister partnership spanning generations. My stories, the tales that had consumed me, hadn't sprung from my own imagination. They were echoes of a voice far older, far more malevolent than my own. The unsettling atmosphere that had permeated the creation of my collection wasn't just a creative choice, it was a reflection of a terrifying reality. The black-eyed children, the doppelgangers, the villages of identical strangers, they weren't figments of my imagination, but whispers from a realm beyond human comprehension. They were fragments of a narrative woven by an entity that had used me, used my fears, my anxieties, my very creativity as a vessel for its own horrific expression. I stared at the scattered pages of the journal, the spidery script a chilling reminder of the lineage of dread. My grandfather, consumed by his own encounters with the unseen, had unwittingly passed on the torch, the conduit for the entity's malevolent influence. His journal, filled with tales of escalating horror, wasn't just a chronicle of his experiences, it was a blueprint, a map leading me to a terrifying destiny. The chilling inconsistencies I had noticed, the subtle alterations, the addition of details that mirrored my own recently crafted stories, those were not mistakes, but deliberate insertions, a subtle manipulation of my creative process. The entity hadn't simply inspired me, it had directed me, guided my hand, shaping my words, twisting my fears into narratives of its own design. The unseen watcher hadn't just observed, it had participated, a sinister co-author of my darkest imaginings. A wave of dizziness swept over me, the room tilting precariously on its axis. The air thickened, heavy with an unseen presence, a tangible manifestation of the entity's power. I could feel its gaze, cold and relentless, pressing against my mind, probing the depths of my consciousness, seeking new avenues of expression, new fears to exploit. The silence was deafening, punctuated only by the frantic beating of my own heart, a rhythm echoing the frantic pace of my racing thoughts. The realization struck me with a brutal force, shattering the comfortable illusion of authorship. My carefully constructed narratives, the culmination of months of painstaking work, were not mine. They were extensions of something ancient, something malevolent, something that had used my talents, my fears, my very being to create a chilling tapestry of dread. The fear, the dread, the unsettling atmosphere that had previously served as a creative tool, now felt like a leash, binding me to the unseen watcher, a horrifying puppet dancing to a tune not of my own making. The boundary between creator and creation had vanished, replaced by a disturbing symbiosis, a chilling partnership where I was no more than a vessel, a conduit for an entity beyond my understanding. I picked up a scattered page from the journal, the brittle paper crumbling in my trembling hands. The words swam before my eyes, a distorted reflection of the terrifying truth. My grandfather's narrative, initially a source of inspiration, was now a chilling precursor to my own descent into this horrifying reality. His stories, my stories, a continuous thread woven through generations by the unseen watcher, a horrific testament to the entity's enduring power. The fear wasn't just psychological, it was visceral, a cold dread that seeped into my bones, chilling me to the core. It was the chilling awareness of being a pawn, a tool, an unwitting participant in a terrifying game played by a force beyond human comprehension. The unseen watcher wasn't just an inspiration, it was a puppeteer, pulling the strings of my creativity, manipulating my fears, using my very existence to further its own malevolent ends. The manuscript, my life's work, lay on the desk, a chilling testament to this horrifying collaboration. The 15 stories, each a descent into the uncanny, were not merely fiction, they were a chronicle of a terrifying reality, a shared narrative woven by an entity and its unwilling scribe. The stories were not mine, they were its whispers, its warnings, its legacy. I looked at the city lights blurring through the window, their distant glow a stark contrast to the suffocating darkness that had enveloped my soul. The comforting silence of the night had been replaced by an oppressive stillness, a palpable sense of being watched, of being trapped in a nightmarish existence beyond my control. The entity, lurking just beyond the veil of reality, was not only a source of inspiration but a part of me, an insidious parasite feeding off my creativity, my fears, my very essence. The chilling realization hit me with crushing weight. I was not the author of my own life, my own narrative. I was merely a character in a story far grander, far more terrifying than anything I could have ever imagined. The unseen watcher had won, not by force, but by subtle manipulation, by twisting my creativity, my deepest fears, into a narrative that served its sinister purpose. The manuscript, no longer a source of pride, now felt like a cursed artifact, a testament to a horrifying pact. Each story, each chilling tale, was a reminder of my unwitting role in the entity's grand design, a dark legacy I was powerless to escape. The final page, the last sentence, weren't an end, they were a chilling beginning, a prelude to a terrifying future where the lines between fiction and reality had been irrevocably blurred. The unseen watcher hadn't just inspired my stories, it had become my stories, weaving them into the fabric of my reality, using my own fears to shape its own malevolent design. The fear was not a creative tool, it was a conduit, a pathway through which the entity's influence flowed, shaping my thoughts, directing my actions, controlling my very essence. The line between creator and creation, between writer and character, had become hopelessly entangled, a chilling reflection of the terrifying reality I had unwittingly stumbled into. The room felt colder, the shadows deeper, the silence more profound. I was no longer a writer. I was a vessel, a conduit for something ancient, something malevolent, something beyond human comprehension. The stories were not mine to tell. They were its stories, its legacy, and I was forever bound to its terrifying narrative. The unseen watcher had won, not by force, but by insidious manipulation, transforming my deepest fears, my creative talents, into a horrifying testament to its power. The chilling truth was, I was not the author, I was merely the instrument. And the haunting whispers continued. The implications crashed over me, a tidal wave of horror that threatened to drown me in its icy depths. My stories, the ones I'd poured my soul into, the ones I painstakingly crafted over months of sleepless nights and fueled by an unsettling inspiration I'd never quite understood, they weren't fiction. They weren't my fiction. They were accounts. Horrifying, chillingly accurate accounts of events that had actually occurred. The journal, my grandfather's legacy of dread, hadn't just hinted at this, it screamed it from its decaying pages. I reread passages, focusing on details I previously dismissed as creative license or simply poor memory on his part. The black-eyed children weren't just a chilling trope, they were a specific encounter in a secluded wood, the location pinpointed with unnerving accuracy in his cryptic prose. The village of identical strangers wasn't a macabre setting, but a real place, its coordinates hidden within a seemingly innocuous entry about a bird's unusual flight pattern. Even the unsettling reflection with a life of its own, a detail that had haunted me during the writing process, was described in his journal with such unsettling precision that a cold dread snaked its way through my veins. Each detail, meticulously recorded in his fragmented, desperate scrawl, confirmed my worst fears. The recurring nightmare, the one that had plagued me since childhood, the one that had inexplicably found its way into one of my stories, mirrored an event he'd witnessed, an event so terrifying it had left him mentally scarred, a fractured echo of a reality I'd unwittingly channeled. His journal wasn't merely a collection of horrifying tales, it was a roadmap, a harrowing chronicle of an unseen, malevolent force that had touched both our lives, twisting our creativity into a horrifying reflection of its own existence. The chilling realization sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. I wasn't just a writer, I was a conduit, a vessel for a malevolent entity that had used my talents, my fears, my very essence to weave its terrifying narrative. My stories weren't products of my imagination, they were recollections, meticulously detailed accounts of unspeakable horrors, experienced by my grandfather and now, terrifyingly, by myself. The stories themselves began to take on a new, horrifying significance. The doppelganger at the foot of the bed wasn't a symbolic representation of a fractured psyche, but a literal being, a shadowy echo of someone, or something, that existed in a plane of reality beyond my comprehension. The inescapable loop of a recurring nightmare wasn't just a creative device, it was the cyclical torment of an entity bound to a terrifying reality. Each story, every chilling detail, was a piece of a larger, more terrifying puzzle, a terrifying mosaic of the unseen, of the horrors that lurked just beyond the veil of everyday life. I spent the next few days in a haze of fear and disbelief, poring over my grandfather's journal, comparing its contents to my own published work. The similarities were staggering, the overlap chillingly precise. It wasn't simply thematic resonance, it was a direct correlation, a horrifying mirroring of events. Dates, locations, even seemingly insignificant details matched perfectly, linking my stories to events that had occurred decades, even centuries before my birth. The journal offered cryptic clues, fragments of knowledge hinting at rituals, at sacrifices, at the existence of an ancient entity that fed off fear, off the very act of storytelling itself. The stories weren't just written, they were performed, a ritualistic offering to this entity, ensuring its continued existence, its continued influence on those it touched. The weight of this realization was almost unbearable. My life, my work, my entire existence had been manipulated, used as a pawn in a game far older, far more terrifying than I could have ever conceived. I was no longer a writer, I was a medium, an unwilling participant in a macabre, intergenerational ritual. The unsettling atmosphere that had previously fueled my creative process now felt like a suffocating presence, a tangible weight that pressed down on me, constricting my thoughts, twisting my perceptions. The shadows seemed deeper, the silence more profound, the mundane objects around me taking on sinister, almost sentient qualities. I started seeing things, or, rather, I started noticing things I'd previously ignored. Subtle shifts in shadows, fleeting glimpses of movement in the periphery, whispers that sounded like my own thoughts but felt alien, malevolent. The line between reality and the horrors depicted in my stories blurred, dissolved entirely, leaving me adrift in a sea of dread, struggling to differentiate between my own fears and the insidious influence of the entity. The fear wasn't just psychological, it was visceral, a primal terror that clawed its way up from the depths of my being. My very sense of self fragmented, dissolving into a kaleidoscope of doubt and terror as I struggled to reconcile my past, my work, my very identity with the horrifying truth I had uncovered. I tried to rationalize it, to dismiss it as a delusional breakdown brought on by stress and exhaustion, but the evidence in my grandfather's journal was irrefutable. The consistency of the details, the eerie parallels between his accounts and my stories, the chilling narrative thread running through generations, these were not mere coincidences. They were the horrifying hallmarks of an ancient, malevolent presence, manipulating lives, shaping narratives, twisting destinies to its sinister ends. The manuscript, my life's work, sat on my desk, a monument to this terrifying collaboration. It wasn't my creation. It was a testament to the entity's power, a dark legacy passed down through generations, a disturbing testament to the fragility of the human psyche and the horrifying reality of the unseen. The final page, the final sentence of my book, wasn't an ending, it was a chilling prophecy. The stories didn't end with the last page. They continued, woven into the fabric of my reality, shaping my fears, directing my life, twisting my very being into a terrifying reflection of the entity's horrifying power. The haunting whispers continued. They would never cease. The last page wasn't an ending, it was merely a pause in a terrifying, unending narrative. The unseen watcher still watched, still waited, its influence ever present, its malevolent grip tightening, shaping my next terrifying tale, the tale of my life. The flickering gaslight cast long, dancing shadows across the room, distorting familiar objects into grotesque parodies of themselves. My reflection in the dusty mirror seemed to writhe, its eyes following my every move with unnerving precision. It wasn't just a trick of the light, it felt sentient. The unsettling sensation, a familiar companion these past few weeks, gnawed at the edges of my sanity. The journal, with its chilling revelations, had shattered the foundation of my reality, leaving me adrift in a sea of paranoia and dread. I picked up the manuscript, my completed work, the 15 chilling tales bound together under a single, ominous title. It sat there, a physical manifestation of the horror I had unwittingly unleashed. Each story, once a product of my imagination, now felt like a horrifying prophecy, a premonition of events yet to come. The black-eyed children, the village of identical strangers, the reflection with a life of its own, they weren't just fictional creations, they were fragments of a larger, more terrifying reality, fragments that mirrored the disturbing accounts in my grandfather's journal. The recurring nightmare, the one that had haunted me since childhood, the one I had woven into one of the stories, now felt less like a dream and more like a precognitive vision, a glimpse into the future, or perhaps a replay of a past I had never experienced. The inescapable loop, the cyclical nature of the nightmare, mirrored the cyclical nature of the horrors described in the journal, suggesting a horrifying pattern, a relentless repetition of events bound to an ancient, malevolent entity. The entity. The very word felt like a physical weight in my chest, a suffocating pressure that threatened to crush me. The journal hinted at its existence, its ancient power, its manipulation of human creativity. It fed on fear, on the act of storytelling itself, using writers as unwilling vessels, conduits for its horrifying narratives. My grandfather had been one such vessel, now, it seemed, I was another. My own experiences further solidified this unsettling truth. I had begun to see things, or, rather, I had begun to perceive things I'd previously ignored. The subtle shifts in shadows, the fleeting glimpses of movement in the periphery, the whispers that sounded like my own thoughts yet carried an undercurrent of malevolence, these weren't hallucinations. They were deliberate intrusions, calculated attempts by the entity to assert its presence, to remind me of my role in its sinister game. The line between fiction and reality blurred further, becoming almost indistinguishable. The world around me, once a familiar, comforting place, now felt alien, hostile, imbued with an unsettling atmosphere that mirrored the nightmarish settings of my stories. Ordinary objects seemed to shift and twist before my eyes, taking on sinister, almost sentient qualities. The faces of strangers on the street, the sounds of the city, the everyday occurrences, all seemed laced with a subtle, unsettling undercurrent of dread. Sleep offered no respite. My dreams, once a realm of fantasy and escapism, were now consumed by the same nightmarish imagery that populated my stories, the same horrifying loop of events, the same chilling encounters with the unseen. The faces of my characters haunted my subconscious, their eyes reflecting the same cold, malevolent stare I had encountered in the depths of my grandfather's journal. The lines between dreams and reality blurred even further, leaving me struggling to determine what was real and what was the product of an increasingly distorted imagination. The physical symptoms became more pronounced. My body, once healthy and strong, now felt weak, fragile, as if I had been drained of my energy, my very essence. I experienced bouts of inexplicable nausea, chills that ran deep into my bones, and a constant, oppressive sense of dread. Even my sanity seemed to fray at the edges. Doubt gnawed at me, whispering insidious suggestions that I was losing my mind, that it was all a delusion, a product of my own overactive imagination, fueled by the horrific tales I had written. But the evidence remained. The journal, my grandfather's legacy of dread, stood as irrefutable proof of the entity's existence, its power, its manipulation of those it touched. The chilling parallels between his accounts and my stories could not be dismissed as mere coincidence. They were echoes, reflections of a larger, more sinister reality, a disturbing mirror reflecting an ancient, malevolent force that had been manipulating lives for centuries. The realization dawned on me with a chilling certainty. The entity didn't just feed off fear, it thrived on the act of creation, the process of storytelling. The stories weren't simply the result of my own creativity, they were sacrifices, offerings to this entity, fueled by my own fears and anxieties, by the very essence of my being. The manuscript itself, my completed work, felt heavy in my hands, a symbol of my complicity in this horrifying ritual. It was not just a book, it was a cursed artifact, a conduit for the entity's power, a testament to its enduring influence. The final sentence, the last page, felt less like an ending and more like a terrifying prophecy, a chilling glimpse into the future, a continuation of the horrifying narrative that had been woven into the fabric of my reality. I attempted to destroy the manuscript, to sever my connection to the entity, but my hands trembled uncontrollably. As if the entity itself were resisting, its presence, its malevolent grip tightening, preventing me from carrying out the act. The pages seemed to writhe in my grasp, as if alive. The chilling realization dawned, the entity wasn't just using me, it was consuming me, twisting my very being into a reflection of its own malevolence. The stories weren't mine, they were the entity's. The lines between fiction and reality had dissolved entirely. I was no longer a writer, but a character in a horrifying narrative, a narrative with no end, a terrifying tale of manipulation, sacrifice, and the unsettling power of the unseen. The whispers continued, growing louder, more insistent. They weren't just in my ears, they were in my thoughts, in my very being. The world around me twisted and warped, morphing into a grotesque reflection of the horrors I had created, or perhaps, the horrors that had created me. The shadows deepened, the silence intensified, the unsettling atmosphere tightened its grip, pulling me ever deeper into the abyss. The last page wasn't an ending, it was a beginning. The entity's work was far from over, its influence, its grip on my mind, my body, my soul, would only intensify. My next story, my next creation, wouldn't be of my choosing, it would be the entity's, a continuation of its horrifying narrative, a dark testament to its power, to the fragility of the human psyche, and the terrifying unknown that lurked just beyond the veil of reality. The unseen watcher still watched, still waited, its presence a constant, suffocating reminder of my inescapable fate, a horrifying reflection of my own darkest fears and the chilling truth that the lines between fiction and reality were irrevocably blurred. The nightmare, it seemed, would never end. The weight of the manuscript pressed down on my chest, a physical manifestation of the suffocating dread that had become my constant companion. The ink, once a vibrant testament to my creativity, now seemed dark and viscous, like a stain spreading across the fabric of my existence. Each word, each sentence, each meticulously crafted paragraph felt like a shackle binding me to a horrifying reality I could no longer deny. The last page lay before me, blank, mocking in its pristine emptiness. It was a void, a chasm yawning open, promising an endless descent into the abyss of the unseen. My hand hovered over the blank page, hesitant, paralyzed by an unseen force. The words wouldn't come. My mind, once a fertile ground for chilling narratives, was barren, choked by the weight of the entity's presence. It was as if my creative wellspring had been poisoned, replaced by a cold, dark void that mirrored the emptiness of the last page. The entity had claimed my story, my voice, my very essence. The room seemed to shrink, the walls closing in, the air thick with a palpable sense of dread. The shadows danced with renewed vigor, their movements no longer random but deliberate, menacing. They shifted and writhed, forming grotesque parodies of familiar objects, their forms constantly in flux, a horrifying spectacle that mirrored the instability of my sanity. The flickering gaslight cast long, distorted shadows that seemed to reach out, clawing at me, seeking to pull me into the darkness. I tried to focus, to summon the strength to write, to finish the story, to somehow break free from the entity's grasp. But my thoughts were fragmented, scattered, like shattered pieces of a broken mirror. Fear, cold and paralyzing, gripped me, twisting my insides into knots. The whispers returned, louder this time, their malevolence palpable, weaving insidious suggestions into the fabric of my thoughts. They spoke of surrender, of acceptance, of becoming one with the darkness. Sleep offered no escape. My dreams were now a relentless replay of the recurring nightmare, the inescapable loop that mirrored the cyclical nature of the entity's influence. The black-eyed children stared at me from the shadows, their eyes glowing with an eerie luminescence. The village of identical strangers watched, their faces expressionless, their gazes unnervingly intense. My reflection, a grotesque parody of myself, mirrored my every move, its eyes filled with a chilling malevolence that chilled me to the bone. The physical symptoms intensified. My body felt weak, drained, as if my life force was being siphoned away. The nausea returned, more violent this time, racking my body with spasms of pain. The chills deepened, penetrating to my very marrow, leaving me shivering uncontrollably, even though the room was warm. My sanity felt like a fragile thread, easily snapped by the relentless pressure of the entity's influence. The doubt, once a whisper, now roared in my ears. Was this real? Or was it all a delusion, a product of my own fractured mind, fueled by the terrifying stories I had created? The journal, my grandfather's chilling legacy, offered no solace. Its pages seemed to taunt me, a constant reminder of the entity's enduring power, its manipulative reach. The parallels between his accounts and my stories were too stark to ignore. They were not mere coincidences, they were echoes of a larger, more terrifying reality. I tried to fight back, to resist the entity's influence, to reclaim my story, my life. But my efforts were futile. The entity's grip tightened, its presence more tangible, more oppressive. It was as if it had become a part of me, weaving its malevolence into the very fabric of my being. I felt its cold, alien energy coursing through my veins, corrupting my thoughts, twisting my emotions, controlling my actions. The last page remained blank, a testament to my impotence, my defeat. The entity had won. It had consumed my creativity, my sanity, my very soul. The story wasn't mine anymore, it was the entity's, a horrifying narrative of manipulation, sacrifice, and the terrifying unknown. The unseen watcher still watched, its presence a constant, chilling reminder of my inescapable fate. The nightmare would continue, its grip tightening with each passing moment, its end nowhere in sight. The world around me dissolved into a nightmarish kaleidoscope of shifting shadows, distorted images, and terrifying sounds. The faces of strangers became the faces of my characters, their eyes filled with the same cold, malevolent stare. Ordinary objects took on sinister qualities, their forms contorting and shifting before my eyes. The sounds of the city transformed into whispers, taunts, the chilling voices of the entity's unseen minions. The blank page mocked me, its emptiness a symbol of my creative paralysis, my utter defeat. I was no longer a writer. I was a vessel, a puppet dancing to the tune of a malevolent puppeteer. My thoughts, my emotions, my very being were no longer my own. The entity had claimed me, body and soul. And yet, a flicker of defiance remained, a spark of resistance in the ashes of my shattered sanity. Even as the darkness consumed me, a small part of me refused to surrender. A tiny ember of hope refused to be extinguished, a tenacious refusal to be completely swallowed by the abyss. It was a faint whisper, barely audible above the din of the entity's malevolent symphony, but it was there, a testament to the enduring spirit of humanity, a testament to the indomitable will to survive, even in the face of overwhelming despair. The last page remained blank, a haunting silence echoing the terrifying emptiness within me. But the story wasn't over. The entity's narrative would continue, its horrifying tale weaving its way into the fabric of reality, a chilling testament to the fragility of the human psyche and the terrifying power of the unseen. The last page was not an ending, but a terrifying promise, a prelude to an even darker chapter yet to come. The unseen watcher still watched, and the nightmare continued, its chilling grip tightening, its ending a distant, unimaginable prospect. The last page remained blank, but the story, alas, would not. The fear, the dread, the chilling anticipation, it continued, unbounded. Story 6, The Vanishing Voice. The static crackled, a malevolent hiss that punctuated the smooth baritone voice of Rex Nightfall Blackwood, host of the late-night radio show, Whispers in the Dark. He'd built his career on spooky stories, urban legends, and the chilling tales whispered on late-night phone lines. Tonight, however, felt different. A chilling premonition hung in the air, heavier than the usual atmospheric dread he cultivated for his listeners. The studio lights hummed, a counterpoint to the rhythmic tap-tap-tap of his fingers on the microphone. Outside, the city thrummed, a muted roar barely audible through the soundproofed glass. But tonight, even the city's usual cacophony seemed to hold its breath, anticipating something unseen. Then, the phone rang. Rex answered, his voice smooth, practiced. Whispers in the Dark, this is Nightfall. What chilling tale do you have for me tonight? A voice, raspy and distorted, choked with static, responded. It was a woman's voice, yet it held a timbre of such raw terror that it sent a shiver down Rex's spine, something far beyond the usual theatrical fear his callers often affected. It's you, the voice sputtered, each word punctuated by bursts of static that threatened to swallow it whole. It's you, Nightfall, they're coming for you. Rex chuckled, a nervous, brittle sound. Now, my dear caller, I think you might have the wrong show. I'm not exactly known for making enemies. His voice trailed off, a prickle of unease replacing his usual playful banter. No, you don't understand. 3 days left. The voice was barely audible above the static, a frantic whisper. They know everything about you. Rex leaned closer to the microphone, the playful facade crumbling. Who is they? What are you talking about? The cult, the Crimson Circle, they're coming for you, Nightfall. They know where you live, when you go to work, they know everything. The woman's voice fractured further, dissolving into a guttural scream punctuated by a series of increasingly disturbing clicks and pops, the sounds of frantic dialing and the desperate scrambling of a phone being hastily dropped. The line went dead, leaving only the insistent hiss of static and a chilling silence. Rex sat for a long moment, the blood draining from his face. His heart hammered a frantic tattoo against his ribs, a rhythm that synced with the growing unease creeping into the studio. He dismissed it as nerves, a product of a particularly vivid caller, before deciding to ignore the strange feeling altogether. He laughed at his own sudden fear, telling himself he was letting the atmosphere get to him. He tried to resume his show, but the air crackled with an unnerving energy that defied explanation. Strange noises began to intrude on the broadcast, a low, guttural growl that seemed to emanate from the walls, the scratching of something unseen moving through the rafters above. His listeners called in, reporting similar sounds, a chorus of unease echoing the fear he felt tightening its icy grip around his chest. He tried to explain it away, to regain control of the broadcast, but it was no use. He fumbled his script, his voice shaking, his usually confident tone replaced with a rising panic. The sounds intensified, a rhythmic thumping, like a heavy object being dragged across the floor above, accompanied by the chilling whispers that seemed to snake around him, filling every corner of the studio. The whispers grew louder, coalescing into words, chilling words laced with malice. 3 days left, they whispered. The Crimson Circle arrives. Rex tried to speak, to reassure his listeners, to regain his composure, but the fear was too overwhelming. His voice cracked, his words fragmented, lost in the growing cacophony of whispers and growls, the sounds of something wicked, something malevolent, closing in. The broadcast descended into chaos. The whispers, the growls, the dragging sounds all merged into a symphony of dread, a sonic tapestry woven with fear and the promise of violence. The static intensified, obliterating his terrified cries, punctuated by an agonizing, prolonged scream. Then, silence. Only the persistent hiss of static remained, an eerie testament to the last moments of a late-night DJ, a man who'd spent his life weaving stories of the supernatural, only to become a victim of its chilling reality. The final audio recording, recovered from the studio's emergency backup system, was a chilling document of those last few horrific moments. The listener could almost feel the tightening fear as Rex's confident, smooth tone dissolved into terrified gasps, punctuated by the gruesome sounds of a violent struggle, muffled by static in the whispers that seemed to grow louder and more menacing with every passing second. The police investigation was frustrating. The call tracing on the initial phone call led to a dead end, the number untraceable, the signal buried beneath layers of deliberate obfuscation. The woman's voice, however, was recognizable to a handful of regular listeners. The police began looking into Rex's personal life, interviewing friends, family, and colleagues. They discovered a troubled past, a string of failed relationships, and some disgruntled former business associates. While none were outwardly violent, there was enough ambiguity to make them all suspects in Rex's terrifying end. The abandoned studio, the scene of the final broadcast, painted a disturbing picture. Scrawled on the walls in crimson paint were strange symbols, cryptic sigils that suggested a dark ritual. Equipment lay scattered, wires ripped from their sockets, evidence of a violent struggle. The unsettling silence within that small, soundproofed space only amplified the chilling sense of dread that hung heavy in the air. The cryptic clues embedded within the audio recording added to the mystery. A series of numbers, repeated throughout the final broadcast, seemed to be coordinates, a hidden location somehow tied to the cryptic caller's warning. A whispered phrase, barely audible above the static, mentioned the obsidian mirror, a phrase only added to the mystery, its significance lost amongst the growing terror. An unusual high-frequency signal, detected amidst the static, remained an enigma. Days turned into nights as a dedicated listener, a self-proclaimed whispers in the dark superfan, using the clues from the final broadcast, painstakingly pieced together a chilling narrative. He unearthed local legends, urban myths whispered in hushed tones, all pointing towards a hidden cult known only as the Crimson Circle, a group rumored to engage in ancient and sinister rituals. The abandoned radio station, initially overlooked by the police, became the heart of the investigation. The listener, armed with the coordinates found in the recording, found himself at a remote location, a crumbling structure overgrown with ivy, its foundations decaying amidst the overgrown vegetation. Inside, a terrifying discovery, the obsidian mirror, not a physical object but a hidden chamber deep within the structure, where ancient symbols were etched into the stone walls, mirroring the markings in the studio. In this hidden chamber, the listener uncovered further evidence of the Crimson Circle's sinister activities, a horrifying collection of artifacts and ritualistic objects suggesting that Rex was indeed targeted for sacrifice. The truth was far more sinister than anyone could have imagined. It involved a complex conspiracy of local officials who were complicit in the ritualistic activities, all under the dark influence of the Crimson Circle. The obsidian mirror wasn't merely a symbolic object, it was a focal point for their rituals, a conduit to something far more ancient and malevolent. The listener's discovery ultimately led to the dismantling of the Crimson Circle, a chilling conclusion to a story that began with a frantic phone call and ended with the unraveling of a dark conspiracy. But the unsettling echoes of the final broadcast continue to reverberate, a reminder of the terrifying power of the unseen, a testament to the chilling secrets that lurk beneath the surface of our everyday lives, waiting for the perfect moment to emerge from the shadows. The whispers, however, still lingered in the air, a constant reminder that some things are better left undisturbed, some mysteries better left unsolved. The unsettling truth was, Rex's was only one story. The Crimson Circle's influence, it seemed, reached far beyond his tragic end. The initial police investigation into the chilling phone call proved frustratingly fruitless. The call tracing technology, even with the advancements of the time, yielded little. The signal was masked, obscured by layers of deliberate interference, making it appear as though the call originated from a multitude of locations simultaneously, a digital ghost in the machine. The number itself was untraceable, a dead end that mirrored the frustrating silence left in the wake of Rex's murder. The detective on the case, a grizzled veteran named Miller, chewed on his pen, the faint scent of stale coffee clinging to his weary demeanor. This wasn't his first brush with the macabre, but this case felt different, colder, somehow more personal. The raw terror in the woman's voice, the chilling accuracy of her prediction, it all felt unnervingly intimate. The investigation broadened, moving beyond the technological dead ends to delve into Rex's personal life. The initial reports painted a picture of a man deeply troubled, even before the broadcast. Interviews with friends revealed a string of failed relationships, each ending acrimoniously. There were ex-girlfriends who openly resented him, some bordering on obsessive hatred, business partners who'd been cheated out of deals, fueled by bitterness and resentment, and a few who hinted at darker, more sinister motives. Each person interviewed provided a piece of a complex puzzle, a mosaic of grudges, betrayals, and hidden rivalries. But each lead, as promising as it seemed, ultimately vanished into thin air. Each potential suspect had an airtight alibi, their movements accounted for on the night of Rex's death. The police found no concrete evidence linking any of them to the gruesome murder, leaving Miller and his team in a frustrating stalemate. Meanwhile, the disturbing audio recording remained a central piece of the puzzle, a chilling soundtrack to the investigation. Miller and his team listened to it repeatedly, dissecting every word, every gasp, every disturbing sound. They focused on the moments before the attack, the rising panic in Rex's voice, the whispers that seemed to slither from the speakers into the very air of the listening room. They slowed the recording down, analyzing the frequency shifts, the subtle modulations that suggested the presence of multiple voices, voices blended and layered with almost supernatural precision. A chilling detail emerged, faint echoes of the woman's voice, buried deep within the static, were present throughout the recording, not just during the initial call. It was as though her presence, her terrifying prediction, permeated the entire broadcast, a haunting undercurrent of impending doom. The numbers, repeated throughout the broadcast, a sequence that initially seemed random, started to take on a significance. Miller's team ran the numbers through every database imaginable, searching for patterns, connections, coordinates. They found nothing definitive, only more frustrating dead ends. The phrase obsidian mirror, whispered almost inaudibly amidst the chaos, remained an enigma, a cryptic clue that seemed to taunt them from the shadows. The team discovered a similar phrase mentioned in several instances within the final moments of the broadcast, almost as a final testament from Rex himself to the identity of his killer. It felt as though the killer was broadcasting his victory using the very recording of Rex's demise. As the investigation stalled, the listener, who has already been introduced in the previous section, continued to delve deeper into the case, armed with only the snippets of information revealed in the final broadcast. He pored over local folklore, uncovering ancient legends and whispered myths, tales of a hidden cult known as the Crimson Circle. This cult, according to local legend, performed ancient rituals, sacrifices, and possessed arcane knowledge of forgotten arts. These legends spoke of a hidden chamber, the obsidian mirror, where rituals were conducted and where victims were offered up in sinister ceremonies. The listener compared the cryptic symbols etched in Rex's studio to those found in ancient texts describing the Crimson Circle's rituals. The parallels were striking, chillingly precise. The symbols pointed not only towards the cult but also to their ritualistic practices. His painstaking research revealed that the Crimson Circle's influence stretched far beyond mere folklore. He found evidence of their involvement in local political circles, suggesting a disturbing collusion between the cult and powerful figures within the community. This unearthed a conspiracy that extended far beyond Rex's murder, a network of corruption and occult practices that permeated the very fabric of their small town, extending to officials who were complicit in the cult's activities. This discovery provided a new angle to the investigation, which was initially stalled due to the technological limitations. The new angle suggested a connection between Rex's troubled past and the secret dealings of the Crimson Circle, implying that the cult's members knew about his secrets and used it against him. The listener, driven by a morbid curiosity and an almost fanatical devotion to Rex's show, decided to pursue his own investigation, following the breadcrumbs left in the final broadcast. The coordinates, finally deciphered, led him to a crumbling structure on the outskirts of town, a forgotten ruin hidden amidst the overgrown vegetation. It was there, in the heart of that decaying building, that he found the obsidian mirror, not a physical mirror, but a hidden chamber, a dark, claustrophobic space, where the walls were covered in the same chilling symbols found in Rex's studio. The artifacts he discovered within the chamber painted a disturbing picture, a macabre tableau of ritualistic practices and dark sacrifices. Ancient texts, stained with what seemed to be dried blood, described elaborate ceremonies, sacrifices offered to appease unseen entities. There were tools of the trade that matched the markings found on Rex's studio. The listener's discovery confirmed his suspicions. Rex was indeed a victim of the Crimson Circle, chosen for sacrifice in one of their horrifying rituals. But the listener didn't stop there. His investigation continued, unveiling a network of corruption that tied Rex's death to the cult's long-standing influence on the town's power structure. The obsidian mirror served not only as a symbol but as a powerful focal point for their rituals, drawing energy and influence from some deeper, unseen power. The listener's findings eventually led to the dismantling of the Crimson Circle, bringing an end to their sinister activities and revealing a web of conspiracies that shook the community to its core. The police, armed with the listener's evidence, began an investigation into the local officials who had been complicit with the cult, resulting in several arrests and convictions. However, even with the Crimson Circle dismantled, the unsettling echoes of Rex's final broadcast continued to resonate, a lingering testament to the chilling power of the unknown, the secrets that lie hidden beneath the surface of our everyday lives. The whispers, once confined to the airwaves, now seemed to linger in the collective consciousness of the town, a constant reminder of the terror that lurked beneath the surface, waiting for its chance to emerge from the shadows. Rex's case served as a chilling example of the unseen forces that can affect our lives. The sinister nature of some hidden mysteries was better left undisturbed, its truth too terrifying for the human mind to comprehend. The static hiss of the recording clung to the listener like a shroud, a persistent reminder of the terror it contained. He'd listened to Rex's final broadcast countless times, each playthrough revealing new, unsettling details. The raw fear, the guttural screams, the chillingly precise prediction of death, these were all horrifying enough, but it was the subtler elements that truly captivated him, drawing him deeper into the rabbit hole. He'd initially dismissed the repeated number sequence, 7, 14, 21, 28, as a random pattern, a quirk of the broadcast. But as the days bled into weeks, the numbers began to haunt him, a persistent rhythm in the back of his mind. He started small, searching for patterns in the most obvious places. He cross-referenced the numbers with Rex's personal life, his address, his birth date, even the dates of his past broadcasts. Nothing. He then consulted mathematical databases, seeking hidden codes, Fibonacci sequences, prime numbers, every potential mathematical link imaginable. He discovered no connections, only more frustration building like a pressure cooker. The whispered phrase, obsidian mirror, proved even more elusive. It was barely audible, lost in the cacophony of screams and static, yet its presence felt significant. He enhanced the audio, isolating the phrase, analyzing its frequency. The sound itself held a strange quality, not quite human, an almost subsonic hum underlying the words, an eerie dissonance that sent shivers down his spine. The frequency analysis led him to an unexpected discovery. Hidden within the background noise, buried deep beneath the layers of static, was a subtle, almost imperceptible modulation in the sound waves, a rhythmic pulse that resembled a Morse code signal. Hours were spent painstakingly decoding this hidden message, his eyes stinging, his mind reeling under the strain. The decoded message was chillingly short, a single location, Willow Creek Road, abandoned quarry. Willow Creek Road was on the outskirts of town, a desolate stretch of asphalt leading to a forgotten quarry, swallowed by overgrown vegetation and shrouded in local legend. Stories whispered in hushed tones spoke of strange occurrences there, of unexplained disappearances and unsettling sounds emanating from the depths of the quarry after dark. He dismissed these tales as mere folklore, the product of a superstitious community. But the encoded message, hidden within the final broadcast, lent a chilling credibility to those hushed whispers. Armed with this newly discovered location, a sense of dread pulsed in his chest. This was no longer just a morbid fascination with a tragic radio broadcast. This was something far more sinister, something that seemed to reach out from the digital ether and grasp him by the throat. He drove out to Willow Creek Road, his car headlights slicing through the oppressive darkness. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and decay. The abandoned quarry loomed before him, a gaping maw in the earth, swallowed by shadows and the ominous silence of the night. A profound feeling of unease washed over him as he parked, the engine idling, a frantic pulse in the otherwise oppressive stillness. He approached the quarry cautiously, each step crunching on the gravel path, the sound echoing unnaturally loud in the suffocating darkness. He carried a flashlight, its beam dancing nervously across the uneven terrain, revealing crumbling structures, weathered machinery, and ominous shadows that seemed to shift and writhe in the periphery of his vision. The further he ventured into the quarry, the more palpable the sense of foreboding became. The air grew colder, the silence heavier, punctuated only by the occasional rustle of unseen creatures and the faint, unsettling drip of water from the cave's unseen depths. He reached a point where the quarry opened into a vast, cavernous space, its walls lined with jagged, uneven rocks. At the center of this cavern, half buried in the rubble, was a structure of sorts, a crudely constructed stone platform. A shiver ran down his spine as he approached. The air became thick with a strange odor that he recognized from the recording, a metallic scent, almost like blood. On the platform, he discovered a series of symbols etched into the stone, the same unsettling symbols he'd seen in images of Rex's studio. The symbols, primitive yet disturbingly precise, felt eerily familiar, as though his mind instinctively understood their sinister implication. He recognized them from his research on ancient texts related to the Crimson Circle, which seemed connected to the location based on the investigation. As he examined the symbols, a cold wave of realization washed over him. This wasn't just a random location. This was a focal point, a place of ritual, a site where something terrible had occurred. He felt a cold dread creeping up his spine, a feeling of being observed, watched by unseen eyes. He noticed a small, almost imperceptible crevice in the stone platform. Using a small tool from his car, he carefully widened the crevice, revealing a small, wooden box hidden within the stone. The box was ancient, decayed, yet strangely resistant to the elements. Inside, he found a collection of ancient texts, handwritten in a language that was both unfamiliar and yet somehow, instinctually understood. There were descriptions of ancient rituals, sacrifices to appease unseen entities, ceremonies involving the obsidian mirror, a phrase that echoed in his memory. He ran his fingers over the brittle pages, the ink flaking under the slightest touch. The writing described a network of power, a conspiracy reaching into the highest echelons of the town's society. It described sacrifices, individuals chosen for their perceived weaknesses, their secrets. It named names he recognized from the news, local officials, prominent business figures. The chilling realization hit him: Rex's murder wasn't an isolated incident. He was a pawn, part of a much larger, more sinister game. The texts also hinted at the nature of the obsidian mirror. It wasn't a literal mirror, but rather a hidden chamber within the quarry, a place of immense power, used to focus and amplify the energy generated during the rituals. The symbols, he now understood, were keys, unlocking this hidden space, a pathway to this terrifying nexus of power. The same symbols were etched on the walls of the chamber. Driven by a newfound purpose, a desperate need to expose the truth, he continued to explore the cavern. He found a narrow passage concealed behind a loose stone, a hidden entrance to another chamber. This second chamber was smaller, darker, and far more oppressive than the first. The air hung heavy with a stench that was both sickening and strangely intoxicating. And there, in the center of the chamber, was a polished obsidian stone, its surface reflecting a distorted, unsettling image, a warped reflection of the cavern itself, an infinite regression of shadows and twisted forms. The obsidian mirror. He realized that the numbers, the frequency modulation, the whispered phrase, they were all keys, not only to Rex's murder but also to uncovering a horrifying conspiracy that stretched far beyond the reach of his initial understanding. The investigation had barely scratched the surface. A terrifying underworld existed beneath the veneer of his quiet town. His discovery was just the beginning, a chilling glimpse into a reality far more terrifying than he had ever imagined, a reality that continued to whisper from the shadows. The broadcast had ended, but the story was far from over. The haunting legacy of Rex's final moments, his cryptic message, would continue to resonate, a dark echo in the depths of his memory, a relentless reminder of the horrors lurking just beyond the veil of the ordinary. The rusted metal door groaned under the weight of the police battering ram, a sound that echoed unnervingly in the pre-dawn stillness. Inside, the abandoned radio station hung in a state of suspended decay, a mausoleum to a forgotten broadcast. Dust motes danced in the weak light filtering through the grimy windows, illuminating a scene that was both chillingly mundane and deeply unsettling. The air hung thick with the scent of mildew and decay, a suffocating blanket that clung to the back of the throat. The studio itself was a small, cramped space, crammed with outdated equipment, a relic from a bygone era of radio broadcasting. A massive, antiquated mixing console sat at the heart of the room, its knobs and faders coated in a thick layer of dust, a testament to years of neglect. Wires snaked across the floor like sleeping serpents, their tangled forms a visual representation of the chaos that had unfolded within these walls. A single microphone, its chrome finish tarnished and dulled, stood sentinel before the console, a silent witness to the final broadcast. The chair behind it was overturned, its legs scraping against the worn linoleum floor, a silent scream caught mid-gesture. A half-empty coffee cup lay precariously on the desk, its contents long since evaporated, a pathetic reminder of the interruption. The once vibrant red of the walls was now faded and peeling, chipped and scarred like an old wound. The silence was the most unsettling aspect of the scene. It wasn't the quiet of an empty room, it was a heavy, oppressive silence, thick with unspoken terror. It was the kind of silence that pressed against the eardrums, that whispered of unseen horrors and unheard screams. It was a silence that seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy, a tangible manifestation of the fear that permeated every corner of the studio. Scattered across the floor were remnants of a struggle, a torn piece of fabric, a broken lamp, a shattered glass. These seemingly insignificant details painted a gruesome picture, a silent narrative of panic, violence, and a swift, brutal end. The police cautiously surveyed the scene, their flashlights cutting through the dust-laden air, their faces grim and serious. But it was the symbols that truly sent a chill down their spines. Scrawled on the walls in a mixture of blood and what appeared to be a strange, viscous black substance were a series of unsettling symbols. They were primitive, yet disturbingly precise, resembling nothing they had ever encountered before. They were etched deep into the paint, as if forced into existence by an unseen, malevolent hand. The symbols seemed to writhe in the weak light, almost as though they were alive. The lead detective, a grizzled veteran with decades of experience under his belt, felt a sense of unease he couldn't quite explain. This wasn't just a typical homicide scene, there was something otherworldly about it. The atmosphere was thick with an almost palpable energy, a sinister aura that hung heavy in the air. He ran his fingers over the cold, damp walls, tracing the outline of the chilling symbols. They were clearly not random markings, there was a deliberate, almost ritualistic quality to them. A forensic team arrived, meticulously documenting the scene, collecting evidence, carefully preserving the fragile traces of the horrific event. They found traces of the caller's presence, a scuffed boot print that didn't match any in the department's database, a discarded lighter, a unique, intricately carved wooden pendant bearing an unknown symbol, another of the disturbing markings from a wall. Each piece of evidence felt like a piece of a terrifying puzzle, leading deeper into the unsettling mystery. The discovery of the pendant sparked a new line of investigation. It was almost identical to an artifact described in local folklore, a tale of a shadowy figure who appeared in times of distress and made deals, exacting a terrible price for their assistance. The figure, a local urban legend known only as the Night Weaver, was said to possess the ability to manipulate shadows and darkness, to appear and disappear at will. The figure was also associated with the same unsettling symbols found in the studio. The investigators had dismissed the Night Weaver legend as folklore, the ramblings of an overactive imagination. But the pendant, the symbols, and the disturbingly specific prediction of Rex's death by the future caller in the audio lent a terrifying credibility to the ancient tales. This was no longer a simple case of murder. It was a dark delve into the murky world of the supernatural, a dangerous dance with the unknown. The chilling similarities began to form a disturbing picture. The Night Weaver wasn't just a legend, he was a tangible entity lurking in the shadows, pulling the strings from behind the veil of the ordinary. The investigation branched out, sifting through local records, ancient texts, and forgotten lore. They discovered that the Night Weaver's legend was far older than initially thought, its roots stretching back centuries, woven into the very fabric of the town's history. Stories whispered through generations spoke of deals made in the dead of night, of promises broken and terrible consequences paid. The more they dug, the more unsettling the picture became, a chilling tapestry of ritualistic sacrifices, unexplained disappearances, and a terrifying darkness clinging to the town's shadowed edges. The abandoned studio wasn't just a crime scene, it was a nexus, a point of convergence where the veil between reality and the supernatural was thin, almost translucent. The symbols served as a conduit, a channel for something ancient and malevolent to seep into the world. The caller's prediction wasn't a random act of chance, it was a carefully orchestrated event, a prelude to something far more sinister. As days bled into weeks, the investigation continued to uncover a web of unsettling connections, a horrifying conspiracy that reached into the highest echelons of the town's society. The same disturbing symbols were found in other locations linked to unexplained disappearances, hidden in plain sight. The case seemed to unravel like a twisted, nightmarish thread, leading them further into the darkness. The feeling of dread, once limited to the abandoned studio, now clung to them, a shadow that followed them home. The team working on the case noticed the unusual, near imperceptible changes in their environment, an eerie stillness that would permeate the room before a sudden, loud bang or unusual shadow. They worked tirelessly, fueled by a growing sense of dread and a desperate need to solve the case, to expose the truth before it was too late. But with each revelation, the horror intensified, the darkness deepening, leaving them trapped in a terrifying maze of fear. The ending of the radio broadcast was only the start of the true horror that lay ahead, a terrifying narrative that echoed long after the case was closed, with disturbing undertones and terrifying revelations to follow. The horror, it seemed, was far from over. The Night Weaver had only begun to weave its sinister web. The grainy audio recording crackled, a final, desperate plea from Rex, the radio host, echoing through the speakers. I rewound it countless times, dissecting every syllable, every gasp, every chilling pause. The symbols, those disturbing markings on the studio walls, flashed before my eyes. They weren't just random, they were a code, a language. I felt a growing unease, a creeping dread that coiled in my gut, tightening with each passing second. The symbols appeared again and again in my mind's eye, like a grotesque, persistent hallucination. Driven by an obsession that bordered on madness, I delved deeper into local lore, scouring dusty archives and forgotten websites. I found fragments of information, scattered pieces of a puzzle that painted a horrific picture. The Night Weaver, once dismissed as a mere legend, was revealed to be the centerpiece of a sinister cult, a clandestine organization shrouded in secrecy and steeped in ancient, dark rituals. The cult's activities were clandestine and hidden deep within the town's shadowy underbelly. The symbols, I discovered, were not just markings, they were sigils, powerful magical glyphs used to summon and control dark entities. Each symbol represented a stage in a complex ritual, a meticulously planned sacrifice. Rex, it turned out, was just the latest victim. The cult's rituals were horrific, involving human sacrifice and the summoning of entities beyond human comprehension. The evidence was chilling, a pattern of disappearances, eerily consistent with the cult's activities, and the symbols found at each location. The clues began to coalesce, forming a horrifying narrative. The cult operated in the shadows, using the radio station as a kind of staging ground, a nexus for their dark rituals. The call from the future wasn't a premonition, it was a deliberate act, a warning designed to lure investigators to the scene, to unveil the cult's nefarious activities. The caller's intent was to draw attention to Rex's murder, and in doing so, expose the broader web of terror woven by the cult. Armed with this knowledge, I revisited the abandoned studio, this time with a new understanding of what I was seeking. I carefully examined the symbols, tracing their intricate forms with my fingers. I felt a surge of cold dread, an almost physical manifestation of the malevolent energy they emanated. The feeling was unsettling, a chilling sensation as if something ancient and evil had touched me, leaving a lingering cold on my skin. I felt a sense of unease permeating every inch of my being. I spent days meticulously studying the sigils, comparing them to diagrams I'd found in ancient texts. I discovered they were connected to a ritual known as the shadow binding, a horrific ceremony designed to bind a powerful entity to the mortal realm. Rex's murder wasn't random. He was a sacrifice, chosen to appease the entity and maintain its control over the cult. The realization hit me like a physical blow, a wave of nausea and terror washing over me. The cult's leader, a shadowy figure known only as the Weaver, was far more powerful than I ever imagined. The Weaver was a ruthless and cunning mastermind, capable of manipulating the very fabric of reality. The Weaver's control over the cult was absolute, and his motives were shrouded in darkness. The ritual was complex, requiring numerous human sacrifices, each sacrifice fueling the ritual and strengthening the Weaver's hold over the entity. The details were horrifying, hinting at a terrifying reality that lay hidden beneath the surface of the ordinary world. I began to uncover the cult's intricate network of influence, its tentacles reaching into various aspects of society. The details were disturbing. They included prominent members of the town's elite, suggesting that the cult operated within the town's inner circle, and had been doing so for quite some time. The investigation led me down a rabbit hole of paranoia and dread. Every shadow seemed to conceal a hidden menace, every whisper a potential threat. Sleep became a luxury I could no longer afford. The dread was all-encompassing, a constant companion that clung to me, leaving me with a nagging sense of unease. I felt the ever-present gaze of the supernatural, as if the entity was watching me, and waiting. The discovery of a hidden chamber beneath the studio confirmed my suspicions. Inside, I found an altar, stained with dried blood and adorned with the same unsettling symbols. The air hung heavy with an otherworldly energy, a palpable sense of dread that made the hairs on my neck stand on end. I found more evidence of the cult's activities, confirming my darkest fears, fueling my desperation to uncover the truth. I found a series of journals, penned by the cult's leader, detailing the rituals and sacrifices. The entries were chilling accounts of dark ceremonies, written in a coded language that took me weeks to decipher. The details were horrific, painting a disturbing picture of a reality far removed from what we consider normal. The journals revealed the cult's ultimate goal, to unleash the entity upon the world, to usher in an era of unimaginable darkness. The Weaver planned to use the shadow binding to break through the veil that separates our world from the realm of pure evil. The Weaver had immense control over the cult, capable of manipulating the very fabric of reality and the people surrounding him. His influence seemed to reach across the city's highest echelons. But there was one final, chilling entry. The Weaver spoke of a key, a hidden object necessary to fully complete the ritual. He didn't describe the key, leaving the nature and purpose of the key shrouded in mystery. The ambiguity only heightened the tension and left me feeling even more unnerved. The book ended abruptly, as if the author had been interrupted, leaving the location of the key a terrifying enigma. The last sentence was a chilling message: the gate is opening. I never found the key, but I heard the sounds. The whispers started subtly, barely audible murmurs that seemed to come from the walls, from the shadows, from everywhere and nowhere at once. Then came the scratching, a relentless, unnerving scratching that emanated from within the walls themselves, as if something was trying to claw its way out. The symbols began to appear everywhere. Scrawled on my walls, etched into my dreams, imprinted on my very soul. They were a constant, chilling reminder of the horror that lurked just beyond the veil. The scratching escalated into banging, as if something large and heavy was attempting to breach the confines of my home. I knew, with a chilling certainty, that the gate was indeed opening. The last entry of the journal remained a haunting enigma, the location of the key. The fate of the world depended on its discovery, but it had remained as a chilling mystery. The sounds intensified, growing louder, more insistent. I knew then that my investigation was far from over. The horror had only just begun. The unraveling of the cult's sinister plot was only the beginning of a much greater darkness, hinting at an unimaginable evil that lurked in the shadows, ever present and waiting to consume everything. The finality of my knowledge was chilling and unnerving. The sounds were getting closer, and I was not sure how long I could hold on.
If you've made it this far, you've heard the whispers. The static doesn't lie. If something felt too close tonight, it probably was. Subscribe for more tales that reach through the dark. Drop a comment below. What time is it right now where you are? And who's watching with you?